And we're back here at Super Lap Battle USA. Just finished lunch, just finished the pit walk, getting ready to go straight into the run groups. For those of you following us on Race Hero, you will see that the run groups have shuffled, and we have gone down to 4 run groups. During the final sessions, we'll go 4-1 instead of 5-1. Everyone has been stacked up based on speed differential. This should be very exciting, and Group 4 should be out on track right now. What do we have to look forward to here, Joey?
I think we've seen everybody take all the notes throughout the first day and a half, and if you haven't applied anything yet, now is the time to do so. This morning was nice, cool, calm track temperatures, not a ton of wind today in comparison to yesterday, so I feel like a lot of the drivers probably unleashed quite a bit this morning, and if they have any final tricks up their sleeve, maybe a couple cards hidden in the pocket, that's when they're going to be coming out as the last 2 sessions here this afternoon.
I think we do have something to look forward to in the faster run groups. We know Rob Bell hasn't given his all. He saw his fastest lap of the day get taken down by Jensen Little, so we will absolutely see him pushing harder. We don't know if we'll see Cole in life again, but if that car has any possibility of running a faster lap time, we will see him out there. Eric Fleming, he knows he has more left in the car, and he kind of left it on the track in that last session. He wants to take the unlimited rear-wheel drive record, and he wants to leave here with a big smile on his face. People like Jackie Ding, who saw his 3rd place get taken away in those earlier sessions, he crawled back about 4 or 5 tenths, but he's not going to feel comfortable until he is strongly on that podium. Jonathan Wheeler was not able to go any faster, but he is still leading enthusiast class. Robert Rushton I saw on a tow truck being pulled off the track, so hopefully whatever that was, it's a nice, quick, easy repair. These fields are so packed. These classes are so close. Usually it's simple to sit here and talk about who needs to improve and what the podium looks like, but I really don't think we're going to know what the podium looks like until the day is over.
Well, and especially with kind of going from those 5 run groups to the 4, it's just more to kind of handle on the track, right? It's just more for all the drivers to take in and understand what's going on. And if you guys are noticing some white chalk or kitty litter on the racing line, the cleanup crew did an extensive job on really the first half of the track, and they've done an excellent job, I got to say it, sweeping most of the racing line clear. So this track is ready to rock for these time attack cars to really go and push the limit.
And I did learn, luckily, it was just coolant like we thought. Rob Bell with a 159.668 right off the rip. He knows he has to get into the 58s, but this car has gone faster on its 2nd and 3rd lap in multiple sessions. So I'm not saying that is out of the equation for now.
And I just checked the ambient weather over here. It really hasn't changed much at all. If anything, the flag is a little bit more standing to the side, so maybe it's just a little bit windier out there, but not too much. I would say that it's pretty similar conditions to what we had in session number 2 today, right? I think that now's a good time to go out there and push it before it really gets too hot in the afternoon, or before the drivers maybe get a little bit too tired. This is day number 2, and it's the afternoon of day number 2, so priorities tend to change after lunch a little bit, especially if you're confident in your lap time. Things might kind of change focus. We're just going to have to see what everybody decides to lay down.
And, you know, it's really nice to see this Datsun out. He has been running some very good lap times for what's going on. If you missed his interview earlier, he's actually running into an issue where the wastegate is stuck open. So this car is running naturally aspirated for the most part. And to be in the 227 range so far is not a bad place to be. Anyone who's ever driven a turbocharged car knows it is set up around that. Gearing, the engine build itself, it's not optimized to be naturally aspirated. So for him to still be out there trying to get max performance out of what the vehicle has, it's great to see.
It's also just a dang cool car. I love the old Z cars, whether it be majority tube frame underneath it or not. I just have kind of a little passion for the old Z cars, the old straight 6s, and really just straight 6s in general in the original chassis talk to me, and I'm sure that it's not the original L-Series motor in that one.
No, that is an LS. But, you know, no matter how anyone feels about that, purist or not, I think I'm with you on one thing, and that's that of the sports cars of the era, I feel the 240s looked better than all of the other more expensive sports cars, those models of Corvettes, the cars that came out as those high performance cars. The lines on the 240 were just incredible.
And you go back and look at the Skyline through those eras too, and it wasn't nearly as popular as the Z cars were. And let's look at some of these cars on the track here. This is one of the Mercedes GT3 based cars coming around the stadium section here. Turns 13 and 14. This, I believe, is the 163 car on track. And something I'm just noticing here, Cuban, I love the flag. Yeah, I mean, we are here in Texas, representing here in this Mercedes going around the racetrack. It looks to be probably on a warm-up lap and probably going to be throwing down a flyer here soon.
He's run a 205 so far, and he's representing Texas on that German machine. People here are so proud of where they're from, and I love that. Any kind of local heritage and local pride. I don't care where you're from. When you're somewhere and they're happy to be there and they're happy to represent their home state, that makes me really happy. Also, what looks great is Tanner Faust is back in the 209s. So even though it is getting a little bit warmer and the track may not be quote-unquote optimal, we're seeing people like Tanner Faust really come to terms with their car and going faster every single session.
That car that Faust is driving, you know, a Porsche Cup car, it should be extremely consistent over the course of the entire session. So it's really Tanner out there with his machine and just getting comfortable and dropping those lap times every single lap out there. And like you said, he is right in the sharp end already.
And his fastest lap is a 209.733 for the event. So to be at a 749 right now, it just shows exactly what you're saying. Not only is the car consistent, but anyone who knows Tanner Faust's history knows that he is a fast driver. He may have done rallycross, he may have done a lot of things, but anyone who is a multiple discipline racer usually has an easier time getting into a car and pushing its potential because they're not stuck to just one form of vehicle.
Generally, the more seat time you get as we watch this other Mercedes go around the track here. There's another one of these GT3 based cars and missed the apex just a touch there in turn 15, which is the real slow left-hander. It's just so tedious, and you drive race cars at a high speed, and when you have to get down to 35, 45 miles an hour, it literally feels like you're going through a school zone and you can't go any faster. You try to make the car turn and it just doesn't want to do the thing. And it's going to be a 206.67 on lap number 3 for that black Mercedes.
And he's one of the cars that actually has ran sub 2. He ran a 159.846 Mad Joker Racing, and this car is exactly GT3 spec. So I know we've talked about uncorking, etc., etc. This car still has everything in it from its balance of performance. So the fact that it is running these lap times just shows the capability of these cars, and the fact that he came from a race a couple weekends ago, just from there straight to here, just shows the capability of the driver.
Now this is one of the LMP3 cars coming down the back straightaway here. One of the Norma chassis vehicles that we've got out there. And there's actually a couple of these cars. I believe there's a silver one and a black one. And they are pretty much identical when it comes down to it. And if you guys ever watch any sports car racing, you will recognize that as the LMP3 class, formerly in WeatherTech and now in VP Challenge out there. And these cars are so cool. They really are an entry-level prototype, so you can get in there. It feels just like a go-kart, albeit a little bit more difficult to drive, but it's got the aerodynamics. It's got a good old V8 in the back. It's got the sequential transmission. It's got everything in order to go real fast.
And he's been knocking on the door of that sub 2-minute lap. He's fastest is a 2-minute .840. So I know he doesn't want Jensen Little to be the only one that's gone sub 2 in this Norma chassis. So he's going to be pushing hard for the rest of this session, and I'm guessing for the rest of the event, to try and get under that sub 2.7.
And he's almost there. That was Willie there in that number 379 Norma car. And so that was a 201.1. We were talking about kind of getting up to that pointy end where it's more difficult to take the big swings, and you just kind of have to focus on little bits of the corner, and especially in these really, really finely tuned machines, that's exactly what you need to do. Half a tenth here, half a tenth there, and over 20 turns, it adds up to quite a bit.
And in this beautiful blue Corvette, that's Clay Shearer. He's starting his first hot lap right now. He's obviously in the middle of it. Sold Designs built C6 Z06 body Corvette. If I'm not mistaken, it was actually built on a C5 chassis with a C6 carbon body on it, which is a really cool thing if you think about it. But for him, it seems like he's really coming to terms with this car. He's been going faster every session. This is the car where they actually had to turn it down a lot. Anybody will tell you trying to wrangle 1,500 horsepower is near impossible. So they gave him that manageable 1,000.
I love that term, a manageable 1,000 horsepower. No, he's doing a great job handling it, and even if it's got 1,000 horsepower, the car doesn't look very twitchy by any means, you know. And a lot of times when you get that much horsepower, either when the boost kicks in or when you stomp on that loud pedal, it can get rather squirrely underneath you. But this Corvette definitely looks hooked up. So around turn number 20, comes around the final turn. Yeah, not even really power sliding it out of there. Let's see what lap time it lays down. He starts it out with a 2:14.2 in terms of the first hot lap of the session.
And I believe his fastest time is going to be a 2:10.659. So he's obviously a little bit off the pace of himself, but this is a fresh build. You brought up how the car doesn't look twitchy, and I think these are the parts that people miss out on. This car, chassis, engine, everything, they were set up by Mike Dussault from Dussault Designs. They have that beautiful Camaro, and it's obvious they know how to build a chassis. They've been going up Pikes Peak for years. The amount of work it takes to make a chassis work properly, the amount of R&D that goes into making sure suspension is good, giving the pickup points on this car are not factory, all of that comes together to build what we would call a very stable chassis here. So give this man a season to get it together, give this man some seat time to figure it out, and I think he'll be wrangling it at full power soon.
I believe this is Tanner Faust in the silver and red Porsche out here. Notice the back end stepped out just a little bit at turn 12, and it's either a sign of maybe a little bit of a rear lockup, maybe too much rear brake bias, maybe grabbing a gear too soon. Just had a little bit of a step out. Nothing too bad to take him off of the racing line or anything like that, but I'm sure that he felt it inside the car and really all over the apex curb of 19 and wrangling the thing out of the exit there. So let's see the final turn here. See what kind of lap time this number 08 Porsche puts down this time around. A 2:10.8, so almost identical to the previous time, but about a second off of his fastest so far this session.
And you saw him really taking all of that inside curb. It's very beneficial sometimes to do so, but if you had a keen eye, you'll notice that it had that red sausage curb on the inside of the crocodile curbing, right? So that's something that really upsets the car. He's a great driver. He kept it together, but as someone who's driven this track yourself and others, you could easily attest to when you run over a sausage curb, you can't put the power down. The car is jumbled a little bit. One tire is in the air, and it's really hard to get max performance between those two corners.
I love getting into the details, and everything that you said is 100% right. And I'll let people into the mind of a racing driver just a little bit. They say, okay, yeah, that's right. Where's the track limit? I'm going to go ahead and push it a little bit. So when we see these cars and drivers really kind of hit those, what I call those bread box curbs or sausage curbs, whatever you want to refer to them as, I bet you they're actually trying to straddle that curb. They're not actually trying to hit it with the inside, because if you can straddle that sausage curb or that bread box curb and not take out your oil pan underneath, keyword right there, you can actually cut a lot of that radius off and go quite fast around this place.
For those of you that are trying to get a correlation of what he's saying, imagine you're running around a corner and you kind of grab onto the wall or the edge and hook yourself around the corner. What he's trying to say is if you can get those inside wheels and hook yourself around that sausage curb, hopefully not break an oil pan or a rear differential, it's a great way to actually quote-unquote slingshot you through that. The negative is if you're off by a couple millimeters in any direction, you could either cause damage or just ruin your lap.
That's exactly why you see kind of the drivers like Tanner out there, like Rob, the ones that have really kind of mastered the machine, if you will. They can kind of put the car wherever they want to on the racetrack. Those are the ones that are really starting to take advantage of those little areas as we watch another one of these LMP3 cars. I believe this is still the number 379 out there doing some laps, coming through that very, very fast triple apex right of 17 and 18. And that's really where these LMP3 cars shine. They just make so much speed in the high speed areas, and then just a couple more corners and they'll be rounding out that lap in that black Norma chassis.
And those are the kind of cars you will never see hooking a sausage curb. There is such a big difference of chassis design, chassis development. We talk about body and whites, these Porsche Cup cars, these cars that are built race cars, but they're still based on a production car, right? Well, look at this Norma chassis. The bottom is as flat as it can be. Because of that, they have big difficulties jumping curbs. It damages aero, it can damage the monocoque. So with cars like this beautiful Porsche, when it came around the corner, you could see air under the whole car. But with that Norma chassis, you're going to notice it is as sucked to the ground as it can possibly be.
And with any time you get into those formula and those prototype cars, as we watch the Porsche hit that brake marker a little bit too deep again there. And I will say that you can push the limit a little bit past going into turn 12, and it doesn't really cost you a ton of lap time. It's just you look back on the lap and say, oh, I could have had a little bit more out of it. But other than that, looking really tidy. And to touch on that Norma chassis again, anytime you get into those formula cars or those prototype cars, the platform is so flat and so level that anytime you really disrupt that airflow underneath the car, you lose a lot of that aero platform, that reliable grip, and you kind of have to settle the car back down before it starts again. And there we just saw through turn number 19, the Porsche a little bit wider that time, didn't quite straddle that breadbox curb. And let's see how clean this lap was out of the number 08. His fastest has been a 9.7, and this time at 11.2. So I think with the consistent laps that the Porsche is running, just the tires getting a little bit warm.
And I agree with you. That missing of turn 19 that time, it could have been maybe he took too much and he was trying to take a little bit less. We're talking inches here. We're not talking half car lengths. To properly hook a corner, that inner part of your wheel and tire have to be in that precise location. There's also the downside of if you hit it too fast, too much of an angle, you could get a flat, you could crack a wheel, you could break a suspension component. So that's what you would call high risk, high reward. There's a lot of times you're going to hear them if you watch endurance racing as a whole, watch the 24 Hours of Daytona, all these other races, you're going to hear them telling the drivers all the time, stay off the curbs. And as a driver, all you're telling the team is, yeah, but the guy behind me is catching up.
And I think when you look at it from an engineer's perspective versus a driver's perspective, it's two totally different things, right? And what you're comparing with endurance racing versus what we see out here at Global Time Attack, I think there's definitely parallels to draw, and then there's also just complete opposites out there, polar opposites. And you're right, the smoother the racetrack is, the less vibration you put through a car. Generally, the happier the platform is, the happier the engineers are when they're looking at all the shock pot data. So usually, the smoother the racetrack, the more off the curbs you are, the happier the team and the engineers are.
I wouldn't disagree with that. And it's funny you said the same thing that I always tell people. We can't necessarily compare this to a race, right? But the parallels we can draw is qualifying. How many times, and it doesn't matter what kind of racing, Formula One down to TCR, you watch the lines that they take in qualifying versus the lines they take in the race. It's the high wear lines versus the let's make the car last lines. It's so exciting to watch this because we are full-time high-risk lines.
I'm going to watch this Mercedes complete out this lap here. This has been one of the faster cars. This is the number 11 out there coming through turn number 20. The final turn here at Circuit of the Americas, really using up all of that exit. Always love to see the car kind of halfway over the line of 213.0. So that's only a half a second off of the fastest they've gone this session here. He's kind of showing the consistency inside of that Mercedes and that driver. Something else I'm noticing is Got some cars still out there on the racetrack doing some laps. I see the big old flag out there in the S's is really not standing out at attention like it was yesterday or today. So we've got a lot less wind going on as we get the official results. The checkered flag for Group 4, Session 7. It was Rob Bell. His second lap was the fastest lap that he did this time, a 1:59.5. That's the GTX class. Willie Putraya out here in the number 379 at a 2:minute.5. We also have Mark Austin at a 2:04.78. And then down there, the number 7 of Clay Shearer. That's the first car in the max effort class at a 2:14.2. And Sean Bassett, also in that max effort class, just did a single lap at a 2:28.4.
And it's good to see him out there doing that lap. Like we said, he's having wastegate issues, so he's running this car significantly less power than he thought he was going to be running it here. But he wants to get as much time in as he can. He's always striving to improve. And I think that's one of the best parts about what we do here, and also one of the best parts about Time Attack and Racing and his business, Attacking the Clock Racing. Whether you're going to have the best day possible or the worst day possible, you want to get the best result possible, because you don't just want to leave with your head down. You don't gain anything from that. Maybe the car's not making peak power, but that doesn't mean he can't get suspension data, he can't get brake data, and overall time in the chassis is huge.
You can always learn at the racetrack. It doesn't matter how good or how bad the day is. And, you know, I've been around racing for too long, and I've had more bad days at the racetrack than good days. And we hope that they're all good days and you win every single session, you win every single race that you come to. But that's just simply not how it works a lot of the time. And you just always have to have the notepad. And when you go home, you say, hey, what went good? What went bad? What can I do to improve for next time? And hey, if I do run into this same situation, how do I encounter it for the better? And essentially kind of half that time of getting back out there on the track and correcting it all.
Well, and truth be told, a bad day at the racetrack's better than a good day at work.
100%. I couldn't agree more.
We have Group 3, Session 7, gridding up to go out. This is Group 3, Session 7. As we said, we did put these cars together, so you're going to see some cars that may have been in different run groups. If you're trying to follow a specific driver or want to see who's in what run group, you can always go to racehero.io. We upload that immediately as soon as we swap the drivers. We are not going to see another driver swap for the rest of the day. These are the last sessions. Now, if you want to know what's going on, we have Group 3, 2, and 1 of this session left. We have the 4th and final race of Grid Life Touring Cup here at Circuit of the Americas, and we're going to finish it up with the final Time Attack sessions of the day. We still have a lot of exciting racing to go on. We have a lot of lap times to drop and a very exciting race to watch. If you've missed any of these GLTC races, I am sorry for you, because this is one heck of a start of a season for them.
Looks like we got some of the cars released out onto the racetrack, so we will get that action back going. And look at how antsy they all are. They all want to get out onto the racetrack, creeping out onto pit lane. I love to see it. Drivers ready to go.
It's like trying to get in line at a grocery store. You know, you're trying to push your cart in. Near the back of this line, you will actually see a red Subaru. That car belongs to Don Brown. It looks like they did get everything figured out. He has Chris Davison driving it. Don Brown has been competing with us here at Super Lap Battle for quite some time. So that red Subaru, third from the back, that's going to be car number 77. Let's see if we can get a lap of that car. If they worked their butts off this entire weekend and they're able to lay down a lap in anger, I think that's what you're going to call the end of a bad day at a track, and that starts to turn into a good day.
That Subaru that you're talking about there, correct me if I'm wrong, Cuban, I believe that's an old GC chassis, yeah?
I believe it is an old GC chassis with a new age STI drivetrain.
So that's the best of both worlds, kind of like a true JDM machine. I know that the Japanese versions got those EJ motors, or at least the turbocharged EJ motors, but we kind of had to wait for them for a while here in North America.
When we got the GC, it had that dog 2.5 RS. Not to hate on the motor because it's actually reliable, but man, it makes absolutely no power. But the good thing about him is, here's what Don's chasing. His fastest lap here with his old setup was a 2:39. If Chris Davison can come out here and be in the low 2:30s or high 2:20s, they're going to leave with their heads held high. I know Chris is going to put everything he can into it. That car 77 Don Brown Rev Match NERD Subaru Impreza STI. I can give you a little bit of information on it. It does look like it is on a Link ECU. It's got a 2011 STI swap, G3660, air-to-water intercooler system, MCS suspension, Link Extreme ECU, and it is tuned on E85. So they're going to try and extract the max performance out of that car.
Listening to you read through everything, it just sounded like they came up to a checkbox and said, yep, let's put that in. Yep, let's get the new motor. Yep, let's get all the hot rod bits. So I can't wait to see what it really does out there on the racetrack. And I believe we're going to get some onboard shots and ride along with it.
Well, and this right here is actually the Gran Turismo Civic, Philip Robles' car.
Around. We go live right on board. Looks like we got a problem in the exit of turn number 1 here. S2000 gets it pointed the right way. Easy not to cause any more issues after he had a little spin there, but there's a couple cars that came up to him rather quickly. You saw everybody with their hand out the window to identify that there was a issue there going into turn number 2, and it looks like everybody is back up to speed, albeit just a little bit of a hiccup.
You know, and it was a good catch by those other drivers. You come over the crest of 1 and you're looking down that hill, and all you see is someone facing you. You never know if they're still in the middle of a spin. You don't know which direction they're going to go. So they did a really good job of avoiding that and moving on. I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier for those that are tuning in then. Did you see how close the ratio was on that sequential? The driver was very unsure on some corners if you wanted to be in a lower gear or a higher gear. And this is nothing on the driver. This is their first time here at COTA with this car. it takes a long time to really know what RPM range you want to sit in some of these corners.
And that could definitely be it as we ride kind of on board again. See how he's doing. And the other thing, it could just be getting warmed up out there. And I just see a driver, you know, he's coming to grips with the car. And let's get some more audio going here.
That was an incredible lap right there. I'll be very honest with you. It's a lot to handle in a car. You saw Philip Robles right there. The amount of times that he had to shift in the technical sections, it's really easy to just go down the back straight and then try and pick your braking zone. But you see him through the S's, everything leading up to the back straight. He's in between gears. He's in places he has to be. So that just shows you a lot of what a driver has to deal with here at Circuit of the Americas. Leading this session out right now at a 2:24 is Mr. Stillwater. It looks like that is going to be his first lap of the event, of this session. He's ran a 2:45 on lap 3. I'm not sure if this is Isaac Torres Sr. or Jr. in the Porsche, second in limited at a 2:25.458. We have Philip Robles in that in-car that you saw at a 2:28.763. If you had a keen eye, you actually saw Don Brown's Subaru off to the side on Philip Robles' hot lap, his very first hot lap. So hopefully whatever that was, they got sorted out. We got Robert Rushton at a 2:30.820.
following one of the Supras around the track now. Coming up to turn number 20 here. See which this car is, and looks like it's getting ready nice and slow into turn number 20, which tends to tell me that they're focusing from the apex off to start their first flying lap with the green flag out at the start-finish stand. So let's go ahead and start watching some of these cars lap their way around, and up into turn 1 goes that Supra, and actually looks a little bit kind of Cadillac-ish over those bumps. It rode them quite nicely up towards turn 1.
Well, some cars like to set their cars up for compliance. There's two sides to the same coin. You set up a car stiff for performance, it's not going to give you that performance in very bumpy areas. You set up a car soft, it's going to give you a lot more compliance and it's going to make it feel smoother, but weight transfer doesn't feel as good. Now, obviously, the higher end the damper, the more adjustments. You spoke earlier about making sure things like the rebound were set up well when you have a very pointy car. These things all matter, but if you're on, say, factory dampers with lowering springs, you're just kind of going to work around with what you have.
Exactly. You use the tools that you've got available to you, whether that is only tire pressures, right? If you're in a relatively stock vehicle, you might only be able to adjust the tire pressure, and then you can get into the adjustable sway bars, and then eventually into those multiple way adjustable shock canisters and adjustable, well, I shouldn't say adjustable spring rates, but various spring rates you can put onto those shocks. It'd be pretty cool if you could have adjustable spring rates out there. I'm pretty sure the engineers would have a field day with some of that.
Well, do you remember when springs first came out, they were talking about linear versus progressive, right? Linear spring gives you the same spring rate across the board. Progressive gives you more spring rate as the compression starts to happen. But I think progressive springs drive engineers insane because you don't know what the car is going to do all the time.
And then you can get into the helper springs and bump rubbers and all sorts of stuff that you can really dive into with the suspension settings. And it really is just a rabbit hole that you can keep on going down. It's amazing what you can do with the vehicle, and just simply put down to the suspension settings, not even any aero bits. But this is that same Supra. He's finishing the lap now through turns number 19 and 20. I didn't see anything that really stood out for me that was glaringly off on this lap. So let's kind of see what kind of lap time it throws down on the board. Right now, the top is a 224.6. And this is going to be Rodrigo putting down a 226.4 in that street class Toyota Supra.
And you know what? His fastest lap of the event is a 226.267. So or 327, I apologize. He's very close to that time, and that was his first lap of this session. And it does look like he is being smart. He's cooling it off, and he did something that a lot of competitors don't, and you pointed it out, and that's a keen eye on your end. Instead of sending it into 20 like it's the end of a hot lap, he sent it into 20 to give it himself as much speed as possible at the end of the front straight. That may not be the fastest way to end a lap, but it's absolutely the fastest way to start a lap.
Speaking of rabbit holes, you can go even further. Out there in turn number 20, just think of it this way. The longer you make that straightaway, the longer you're on the gas pedal, right? And just like you said, if you don't care about this lap that you're throwing away, then who cares how slow you are going into turn number 20? All that matters is that run coming off, as we see Brad Wells really power slide that C5 Corvette to a 229.1. That's his fastest lap time of the session. But we see it a lot in lots of open wheel racing, where drivers will really extend that final corner, try to make the straightaway as long as possible on setup to their first flyer.
And that 229.1 is actually his fastest lap of the event. Right before then, it was a 229.317, so he is still picking up time. Brad Wells is in a time trials TT3 car, so it's a low-power C5. He's in the 300-something horsepower range. You know, a little bit more manageable than that 1,000 in the blue car maybe, but he's absolutely getting every bit out of that vehicle.
It doesn't matter if it's only got 400 horsepower, if it's got 1,300 horsepower. Now, one might be a little bit more fun when you put your right foot down on that long, skinny pedal, but trust me, you can learn so much from a lot of these lesser horsepower cars. And You know, I grew up racing spec Miatas. We keep talking about 400, 500, 600 wheel horsepower. You know, my first race car, I thought it had a hot rod motor in it in Cuban. It only had 127 wheel horsepower on the race fuel.
To be fair, Spec Pinata is probably one of the best classes. Sorry, Spec Miata is probably one of the funnest classes to learn how to drive in.
They are a bunch of angry bumblebees going around the track, if you've ever seen them out there. And they don't nearly sound as good as the cars that we have out here in GTA. I love all of the different audio clips that I'm hearing. You have four bangers all the way up to these big old rumbly V8s. You got turbocharged cars, naturally aspirated. Really, everything under the sun is out here.
That's one thing that makes Time Attack popular and good for the average person who wants to get into it. You choose your car based on what you own. You can absolutely build a car for Time Attack, but if you're trying to get your feet wet, you get in your car, you do HPDE in, and you see if it's something that gives you the bug. You talk to a lot of people who are like, well, I was, just having a track day, decided to try it, and here I am. They're not here right now, but we have a couple of brothers. One of them races an S10, and the other one races a 56 Bel Air. They literally came to an event, got the bug, and they have been laying down amazing laps and improving together. We saw them at GTA Finals at the end of last year. So seeing things that are very not normal is very big to our sport. We had Mike from Stanceworks with a K-Series swapped Ferrari. These are the kind of things that we see, and we have a Corvette doing a spin cycle there on turn 1.
Just goes to show you don't need 1,000 horsepower to get the rear end loose, and turn 1 is all the way up on top of the hill. It really plateaus at the top, but that was more on the exit, so just probably a little bit happy with that right foot. Couple that with loose condition and kind of around that car win. And Cuban, did you say a 56 Bel Air?
I said a 56 Bel Air. I sure did.
Now, I've got a 1957 Ford Thunderbird here in the garage. I don't know if I would bring that thing out to a global Time Attack event and kind of romp that one around the track. That one might have to stay in the car show paddock for me.
If I have the chance, I'll make sure I shoot it over to you. The two brothers, they're the Phillips brothers, Kevin and Kyle Phillips. It all started with a track day
Another
at the
car
Ridge.
around, S2,
that did
S2000 here on the final
another
turn.
Quick little spin cycle right there. I don't think that necessarily there's anything on the track. I think that the track is getting hot right now. And when you start to get hot, the tires get greasy. Now, that Corvette up there, I have a feeling that had to do more with him trying to carry more speed, because though we're not going to get one, if we could watch that on slow motion, it looked like he was starting to cheat in on the braking because he saw himself carrying too much speed at the top. And like you said, he's under compression here. It starts to plateau, so any load you had on the rear tires is gone, and it's basically there and around.
And then that S2000 was just kind of right smack in the middle of the track, so no damage done to either vehicle, just kind of embarrassing little spins that they're going to have to go back and review and learn from as we get the checkered flag here on this session. Now, if they are on a hot lap, they will be able to complete it. Right now, the top of the board is a street class car. It's Williams Stillwater with that 224.6. As we've got about 15 cars here in group number 3, session 7, just after lunchtime.
And I'm glad you make that point. A lot of people miss out on that, but that's exactly what it is. This is qualifying, right? So if you make it past that start finish before the checker, that's your chance to have this track to yourself and do everything in your power to set a fast lap. Now, to be fair, unless you are out there fresh, if you're on lap 4, 5, 6, tires are probably going to be how they were on that Corvette and that S2000, and it's going to be hard to put that power down.
Watch the final corner here, see if anybody else comes around. Get these awesome shots of Circuit of the Americas out here. Really is a fantastic facility as we get the official results for that group. That's Williams Stillwater on top of the sheets this time out with a 224.6 in the session. Isaac Torres in the number 9 at a 225.45. He is in the limited class. Then comes Rodrigo in the number 07 with a 226.46. Philip Robles in fourth here with a 228.76 in the limited class. And then the first enthusiast class car, Robert Rushton in the number 53 here, did a 230.820 this session out.
Let's talk about William Stillwater. In that Toyota Supra, his fastest lap time before this session was a 229.161.
That's great. We talk about constant progression, right? And this is a great example of it, is that sometimes when you're still learning the limit of the car, the driver is going to take steps. And the further he steps up the stairs, the further he learns and can progress his own skills and push the car to a further limit than he even thought possible. And here he is setting personal best from what you're telling me.
And not just a small personal best, that's 5 seconds right there. And truth be told, he could have been dealing with issues. It may have been a setup change. It could have been anything, but to pick up 5 seconds, that's an entire weekend's worth of work right there done in one session.
A great job by William Stillwater. And you know what I see about all the compliments that we're given? Guess what? He's still got another session to go out there and improve even further.
Speaking of improvement, we're about to see Group 2 go out. This is going to be Group 2, Session 7. It's going to be a little bit more packed, obviously. The good news, this is bad news, obviously, but good news, bad news is attrition is real in all forms of racing, especially time attack, because these cars are so high-strung. So when we cut this down to 4 run groups, you tend to still see the same amount of cars going on track. I believe that's the BMW at the very front, by the way, that did the quick little spin cycle coming out of the pits. So whatever they had, it's sorted. Maybe the babiest of bruised egos, but besides that, he's been doing great. It does look like we are going to see some of our common competitors out here. If they all go out, we have Joachim Sangar in that Sangar Shuggy Racing Subaru STI. Brad Wilson will be out there. Mark Kilgore. Bill Betts in that Turn 1 Evo. Ryan Matthews, Samuel Natziger. We got Corey Rowan, James Howe, who has been doing everything in his power to make me wrong. He is racing under the team Jaeger Racing, but took it from a 230 down to a 222, put him ahead of Tan Win in his Honda S2000 with 222.8. So we have quite a few fast drivers out here. Jason Merck is out here, obviously, in one of his vehicles. It looks like we're going to have a lot of fast cars out here. So seeing these guys get a chance to go faster, quite a few Supras, and just a good spread of vehicles as a whole.
The other thing to consider is, I think you were saying it maybe a little bit earlier in the day, is that this is physically demanding, right? The drivers are asked a lot every single time they go out there and drive one of these cars, and we've been at it for a day and a half now, so this is kind of the tail end of Sunday afternoon, and if you just had lunch, maybe a little bit too big of a lunch, your priorities as a driver can shift, at least if you've kind of accomplished what you want to already. But there's still a lot of drivers that have a lot of unanswered questions and want to go out there and add to that notebook.
And I have met many a driver that has made that lunch mistake, like you just said. But most of these drivers, when you talk to them, they don't really run into that issue. They forget to eat lunch for the most part.
Getting those cars out onto the track now. So everybody's going to feed out onto that warm-up lap in a nice evenly spaced group here, and make sure that everybody gets that nice green flag coming out onto the front straightaway.
We are in session 7 of the day, so hopefully by now they figured out to keep their gap, do that little 70% warm-up, and then really send it.
I like to give all the faith in the world to drivers until they prove me wrong. And, you know, it's just kind of a back and forth battle with me and them. This is going to be a lot of cars out there on the track. Still got about, from what I see, maybe half a dozen cars still lined up in pit lane. So getting everybody out there. Sandgard out there going out in that white and red Subaru out of pit lane, and also going to get some interior shots out of some cars as well.
Taking a look at that dash, I almost want to think that's the BMW from yesterday. Is he turning onto the back straight? It is. It
Yes,
is the
that's definitely
BMW from
BMW
yesterday.
mirrors.
All right, this is his redemption lap. So leading up to it, we'll go ahead and give you a little bit of insight. Once the lap starts, this way you don't have to try and pick up our voices over the car noise. We'll let you actually have a nice calm lap where you don't hear me and Joey talking. But I feel like whatever happened with them yesterday, it's not a big deal. He is gridding very close to the front of this paddock. So I have a feeling he not only has been setting fast laps like he has, but he's going to have something ready to go. Car number 187. Okay. That right there is Corey Rowan and Lawrence Yun. Honest Assembly. It's an M2 competition. Their fastest lap so far is a 2:19.917. So he's going to set his car up nicely through this corner. This is basically the end of your lap right here, as you've heard Joey talk about. Really important. Oh, maybe the car is really twitchy because he lost it a little earlier, remember, in the day. So
I just think maybe the power delivery, and also just, it could also be temperatures in the rear tires. So he's done what he feels is going to be enough to warm up the car for this hot lap. Let's go ahead and ride on board now and crank the audio and listen to a hot one.
as he finishes his lap at a 2:20.151. Now, I'm sure you were taking notes there also, Joey. He looked really good out of one. He looked to carry a lot of speed through the S's, but I think he wasn't expecting so much momentum because the back half of that, he was definitely behind the track the entire way.
Yeah, 100%. And I just think the biggest danger that I saw with it was kind of made me wince going from fifth to third on the downshift there. That's always a sketchy one. You want to go fifth, fourth, third, because you kind of get lost in the middle of that box. So thankfully he did get it into the right gear and continued on. And hey, you just got to learn. You just got to keep doing laps and keep getting better every single time out there as we catch up with one of these Porsches headed down through turn number 2. And I believe this is one of these Cup cars or a GT3 based car here. So these are usually pretty consistent through the S's. The platform is always really solid. Really, really fun cars to drive out here. And it really is just up to the driver to understand the rear engine platform. Everything is basically back on that rear axle, and it does things that you can do in no other car. It's really, really fun, but there's also certain things that you can do in other cars that you can't do in a Porsche. So you think, oh, wow, Porsche can do things that other cars can't. Well, it can also kind of go the other way for it, too.
The thing is, though, after all of that, he still kept confidence through the lap, which I think is one of the most important things. And he laid down a pretty fast flyer, a 220. The hard part is, and this is something that we don't talk about, I don't know how much driving you've done in a race or even in an HPD where 2 people share a car. 2 people can be at completely different speeds on driving style. One person might want the car set up a little looser. One person might want to set up tighter. One person might want a little bit of toe out in the front to make it pointy. The other person might want it to feel safer so they can carry more speed. So when you're talking about a multi-driver setup, this is where you're either finding the balance that works for both or you're setting it up for the faster of the drivers. And that's where you tend to run into things sometimes, especially here at events where you're basically dealing with setup in the track by yourself.
Yeah, it can certainly come into effect for sure. Everybody likes to drive a little bit differently. Some people a little bit more aggressive on the controls. Some people a little bit more conservative out there. So you just kind of have to understand what each driver is going to give or take out of the car and apply it as needed. As we get some more shots, I believe that was one of the BMWs that we were riding on board with a little bit earlier, starting his lap up through turn 1 and now through the S's here. So got about 12 cars on the racetrack. Currently the fastest one is that number 187 as we get shots of maybe some debris on the front straightaway there, right on the racing line. And unfortunately, this Porsche sees it at the last minute. Nice job on avoidance, but I have a feeling it's going to get clattered at some point. It doesn't look too heavy. It maybe looks like a piece of carbon or a piece of fender line or plastic, but you see all of the cars really getting out of the way going into turn 1, seeing it at the last second.
You know, it's not about heavy, it's about punctures, right? And I'm really glad Lawrence Yun saw that at the last second there. Jimmy Howe saw that at the last second there, because the last thing you want is a puncture and end your weekend because you ran over some carbon. Speaking of Lawrence Yun in that BMW, they actually set a 2:19.054 on his second lap. Maybe he got a little bit of more pressure into the tires, but you know, at the end of the day, that 2:19.0 is 9/10 faster than his fastest lap of the weekend.
Got to be happy with constant improvement over the course of the weekend. No matter what the lap times are, you come out here with a goal, and if you beat your goal, then guess what? You get to go home a happy camper and rinse, repeat, and do it all over again and go even faster. As we get the shot of that Cadillac getting well out of the way. He did not blow turn number 1. He saw that super coming up behind, did not want to compromise the lap time whatsoever, got well out of the way. And all of these cars here are off of that fast lap. I wonder if that debris, these were all the cars that kind of had to scoot out of the way there in turn 1, and they might be on just kind of a bit of a cool down.
You know, and they're smart, though, especially here towards the end of the day. If you had to really compromise your turn 1 braking zone, there's no reason to go again. If you're going to go around and start another lap, do that. If not, you have a complete session to go faster. Look at Lawrence Yun and Corey Rowan right here. They got 2 laps in. They set their PB for this event so far. And instead of going out and greasing the tires up some more, they're just going to bring it in, cool it down, check some data, and probably go out again.
This is the white BMW here, the number 26 car that we were just watching of Alex Roy. One of those F80
So to tell you about
BMW
Alex
M3s.
Roy, his fastest time is a 2:21.508. So he has set a 2:21.357 in this session. I'm not sure if he's doing another lap because when you caught him, he was just going over turn 1 towards the end of his lap. But even with the weather how it is right now, Alex Roy, this gentleman, everyone is going faster.
You'd be happy? I was like, no. You wanted it to be
Fronts are 30.5, rears are 31.
Okay. Yeah, it felt good.
Okay, awesome.
Ray's back it in, or should I back it in?
You
You got a little bit of inside
the
information there.
Yeah, you heard the team members come up and say if fronts are at 30.5, rears are at 31. What he's referring to is those tire pressures. So the front 2 tires are at 30.5, the rears are at 31 PSI, and that honestly correlates to quite a bit of what we were seeing with how loose that car is. The rear is definitely going to be warmer than the fronts, and I'm actually pretty surprised by only about a half a pound.
Well, we don't know what they start them at, but the biggest thing is a lot of people watching may think that tire pressures raise evenly. Well, every circuit is either more lefts or more rights. Every circuit has more loads in one direction. So rears are always going to get higher based on acceleration zones if it's rear-wheel drive. Fronts are going to get hotter based on acceleration zones if it's front-wheel drive. But a lot of times you'll see teams set up one side higher or lower than the other for you to use your outlap to bring them up to temperature, because if a circuit has significantly more lefts than rights, well, that means that if you're taking more lefts, the right side tires are taking more load and they're coming up in pressure more.
Now, Cuban, you'll have to double check on something for me. If this car is still out here, the number 44 of Jonathan Wheeler. Now, he's the only car in the enthusiast class that I see in this Session 7 group number 2, and his fastest lap time, a 2:25.90. Word on the street is that might be a new enthusiast class record.
It's not a might, it is. See, Jonathan Wheeler has been telling me that the first session he'll reset it, and then the second session he'll reset it, and he didn't do it in either of those. So he just comes out silently in the third session and does a 2:25.907, and not only resets the enthusiast rear-wheel drive record, but the enthusiast overall record.
We were talking about the morning sessions might be the money sessions, but evidently Jonathan Wheeler has proven me wrong yet again. Just another classic blunder by me.
Well, you've been commentating long enough where I think you've heard the words commentator's curse. So you may have voodooed this to be the end of the day is where everything goes well.
Hey, you know what? I'll be over here. I'll keep my mouth shut if I need to, but I've been having so much fun here at Super Lap Battle and just really having a blast. Circuit of the Americas is always a fun time, no matter what cars you put on it. Have awesome partners out here, especially with Rafa Racing Club and everything that they're doing down there in the garages. So I'm just pumped to be here, and if I need to keep my mouth shut over here, y'all just tell me. I don't have a problem. I love watching race cars.
To be fair, the commentator's curse has made these cars go faster later, which has made it more exciting. So I guess we're okay with it for now. But as far as Jonathan Wheeler goes, this is his farewell race in enthusiast class. So we knew he would send everything he had at it. He's already in the process of getting his car and parts ready for his street class debut in this chassis. But it's great to see him out here, TRP Racing, Nissan 370Z, brand new record of a 2:25.907. I will tell you, we'll give you a little bit of info on the car. It's a Brownie-built VQ37. It's a Top Gun Roadtrek C38, SPL suspension components, MCS one-way bespoke dampers, direct injection water meth, custom swan neck, and some pretty trick engine management via Eugene Turkov out of California. Now, he is an East Coast man. I've been going to Road Atlanta and bothering this man in his backyard for years. So for him to use someone out of California to tune it means that he has a lot of faith in that person.
Get the official results since the checkered flag is out for group number 2 on session number 7. So this is the number 187 car leading that way of that 219.0. That was that kind of candy apple red BMW out there. And we had the number 25, and that was the limited class, by the way, that number 187 car. Then comes the first of the unlimited cars that were in that run group. That was Jeremy Lauder in the number 25 with a 220.5. And it swaps back to the limited class cars. Alex Roy in that white BMW 221.3. James Howe in the limited class car 222.9. The fastest of the street class cars was Brad Wilson in that number 72 with a 223.8. And we had to go down. We mentioned Jonathan Wheeler there with that new record in enthusiast class, a 225.907. That's the new carrot to go out there and chase.
It's a good carrot. And it looks like Jonathan Wheeler, short of someone pulling a miracle, has really not only locked in enthusiast class, but put a stamp on it. Anybody coming to chase this record, they're really going to have to put in work. To be fair, last time I said that, though, someone showed up the next year and crushed a record, so maybe I'm cursing him too. But we literally do this for the records, and no competitor wants to see their record stand forever. It sucks to see that because it means the sport isn't progressing and growing. Watching records drop is everything to us, and I love it when we get multiple drops in a year. I love it when we get people pulling things out of the hat. I would love it if Eric Fleming took the rear-wheel drive record in a naturally aspirated Corvette, given it is a wild Corvette. Let's not act like he's out here in a bone stock C6 Z06. But just watching these times drop in driver development and team development and overall use of data, and just to get it all together to give you that one perfect lap. You say you love watching racing, and I'm with you on that. There isn't a series I don't follow, but I would throw it all away to be able to watch Time Attack every day.
I think the intensity of it, right? I mean, it's all given in one lap out there, and if the driver overcooks it, if he even simply overdrives one turn, it's all kind of thrown out the window. And the machines, they're so finely tuned, and a lot of them in some of these ultra fast classes only have enough fuel to do one hot lap, right? You go out there on a warm-up lap, and pretty much when you're done with that hot lap, it's out of fuel and saving as much weight as possible. So you're right, the intensity of GTA, especially here at Super Lap Battle at COTA, I think that it all gets put on the line for one lap, and that's what we're all here for.
It is that one fast lap. That's what we're chasing. I want to give you an update on that S2000 at the front of the pits there. I believe that is Brett Dickey in the Project Import car. We were talking about how they had a differential delivered. It did give them higher speed, but it wasn't putting the power down as well as their diff did. They obviously have a very bespoke setup. It's taken a lot of years for them to get this car to be exactly what they want it to be, and the way their rear differential is performing in the corners actually made it faster than the differential they got that was giving them higher mile an hour. So like you were talking about earlier, just because they got something that makes them faster, it doesn't necessarily equate to faster lap times.
And I think the big thing there to notice is that from what you're saying, it was a whole differential change versus just a final drive change. So you're right, when you put a whole different differential component in there, yeah, that's putting a whole different load on the back end. You're going to have not only the difference in the long drive gearing, but you're also going to have to get used to it on corner entry and corner exit, since you're already used to something different. Looks like we're getting all of these cars lined up there on pre-grid. So everybody just patiently waiting and going from that 5 run groups down to the 4 run groups, Cuban. It just seems like it gives these drivers maybe kind of a minute to breathe here on pre-grid. Say, okay, let's mentally get prepared before I go out there on the racetrack.
I don't feel like there's really much time to get mentally prepared in these sessions. I think once these drivers are strapped in, everyone is obviously different. But I've met so many of these people that once they're in their heads. You and I get to sit here and mentally prepare for this time. But I've met so many of these guys that since they know this may be the one lap they get, they are as amped as possible until that lap is over. you've been out there enough times. I feel like, and this is a me thing, we can totally say this is me going crazy, but once I'm actually on that warm-up lap, I'm more relaxed than I am when I'm sitting here waiting to be released.
Oh, dude, I could fall asleep on pre-grid, man. That's my happy place. That's where I am most calm. And, yeah, you go out there on the racetrack and everything sort of falls into place out there. And I think the one funny thing, I'm going to turn to a little bit of comedy here. I do some sim racing, right? And on pre-grid in the real world, calm, right? I can fall asleep, rest your helmet against that Hans, and it just kind of holds your head in place. It's perfect. In the virtual world, in iRacing, holy smokes, I have anxiety through the roof. I have no idea what's about to be thrown out there on the racetrack. So everybody handles pre-grid a little bit differently in every situation that they're kind of in.
Very true. Everyone is a little bit different. It sounds like you need a time attack, though. If you can fall asleep on a pre-grid, that means you're going to be the most relaxed person on track. But we can't relax with these guys ready to go out. I do see Eric Fleming leading this group, which means he's going to do everything in his power to set a faster lap time. To remind everybody, we are about 0.003 of a second off of the unlimited rear-wheel drive record.
Eric Fleming has been wheeling that car, that Corvette, around really all day yesterday, as well as all day today, and one more shot at it after this session.
And after this session, we are going to lead it into the GLTC final race of the weekend. This will be their 4th race here at Circuit of the Americas. 2 races this morning. The one at 8 this morning had a standing start, which was very exciting. I believe they are going to have a pretty crazy start on this one also. If you don't follow GLTC, I will allow their announcers to explain how this grid works in this final race, but they end up inverting the front people in the grid. It could be the first 4, first 6. I believe they have to draw a chip for it. But even though the same person has won the last 3 races and James Hooton has been right behind him, now is the chance for those drivers who are all within tenths of each other to start ahead of that person. So right before we go out for this one, remember, GLTC is going out directly after this time attack session.
I think we're still just waiting on maybe the cars getting released here for this run group. Then we'll get some action going back out there on the track, and loved having this weekend here at COTA. You couldn't ask for better weather. I know that some people are probably wanting a little bit more sleep leading into this morning with the daylight savings change, but in terms of a weekend at the track, you really can't ask for a better time. We've seen records fall in a couple different classes. We've seen so many personal best set from various different drivers. We've seen adversity overcome, and looks like we're finally getting those cars rolling up towards turn 1 out of pit lane.
And it looks like we're going to have Eric Fleming leading out in front of Eric Sutton. Eric Sutton has been really impressive this weekend in his car 177 Porsche 911 Turbo. He's run a 213.984. For those of you watching, he is basically running a limited class car, but he has an active suspension setup. It is an older vehicle, and you could say it's similar to what the new ones come with, but it is a retro setup with aftermarket controllers that immediately puts you to unlimited. The cool thing is he had a set of slicks at home. So he went home. He is a local guy. He ran the street tires day 1, put the slicks on day 2, and he's been laying down flyers with that 213.984. We're going to have Zhenyang Huang. We have Gabe Zamora, Brett Dickey, George Zhao should be out here, but he's still trying to fix that Audi R8. We definitely have Jackie Ding, who has been not only improving time, but stressing, because every bit of his podium hopes has been slipping from his hands as every other competitor has been improving lap times.
Love seeing everybody in the grandstands having a fun time. Whether you're checking out the cars at the car show, getting drifting rides there in the infield, enjoying all of these cars going around the track in the super lap battle. Absolutely love seeing smiling faces, everybody happy here at COTA.
No, and these guys get to sit in places where on a regular race weekend you would not be able to sit. Those would be the hospitality suites right above the garages. You would have to know people in the team or know people with private jets to usually sit up there. So the fact that our team's friends and all the people can sit up here and watch their drivers from the top. But I think the best part is, and you've been at races here, if we could show you what the garages look like full time, fans are coming in the back of the garage talking to drivers. They obviously can't come to the hot pit side, but the amount of people here, the pit walk showed it to you. It's palpable. It's crazy how many people are here just supporting Time Attack and this car culture as a whole.
Love seeing it. And we were getting those awesome drone shots of the infield yesterday and as well as earlier today. And you're right, it's just a packed house. You can walk around there, see a ton of different cars, and we've literally gone all the way up the front straight. And I know that people are kind of hiding in the shade from the Texas sun, but I don't see very many open seats between the shoulders here. Everybody is lined up, not only to see the cars go around, but the characters, the drivers themselves. We've got a few really, really popular ones out here, including Tanner Faust out there driving that Porsche Cup car. Rob Bell, factory McLaren guy, out there in that McLaren 720 GT3 car. And then also, check this out. If you get bored of walking around, go on over to the go-kart track, have a little bit of fun yourself.
And that go-kart track is a miniature version of Circuit of the Americas, so that's also super cool. It does look like Eric Fleming is going to start this lap in anger. We're looking for 0.003 of a second. Hopefully we get a nice smooth lap out of him. Let's watch this one.
A little bit wide there in 2 going into the S's. With how much front grip this Corvette has, I don't think it'll affect him too much, but maybe just leaving a little bit of lap time out there on the table and hugging it nice and tight through 6. Same thing with 7. I've just been so impressed with the front end grip out of this silver and blue Corvette out here. It really lays it down and it just hooks the front end. It's almost like it's on a train track the way it carves a corner. A little bit hot there into 11, but was able to kind of correct it from apex off. And remember, when we're getting down to these records, you gotta be absolutely perfect in every single corner. So we're gonna see what this Corvette is gonna lay down on the first lap. He's on the back straightaway right now, gets the thing stopped very, very nicely. So now is the slowest part of the racetrack, the stadium section, wrapping your way around the tower out there. Listen to this Corvette, this rumbly boy, just get around. Looks really well-mannered. We're going to see if it's going to produce the lap time or not. You know, I noticed it was just maybe a little bit off through the S section. Looks okay through 19, kind of bounced it over the breadbox curb, but was okay, didn't get out of shape at all. And now through the final turn, let's see what Eric Fleming and the Corvette can put down. Remember, we're looking for anything sub 202, really, a 204.1. So we've been talking about this car that is not going to be the only hot lap that Eric's going to put down here in this session, but starts out with a 4.1.
No, not at all. And he's looking for a 203.849. He's looking for that for the rear-wheel drive unlimited record. He said himself, and I do believe when he says it, that a 202 may be out of reach, but the record isn't. And I feel like I owe you an apology, Joey. I've been making you call all these laps because I get to just sit here and watch them drive in anger, and nothing has been better for me at this event than actually watching these cars on possible record-setting laps.
No worries, you know, that's what we're here for. We get to commentate on all these ultra cool cars, let everybody else have all the fun out there. But bottom line is that we're fans of the sport, right? We love to watch these cars and listen to them.
Brad Perkins set out a 2:16.796. His fastest lap in limited rear-wheel drive so far is a 2:15.844. Brett Dickey at a 229. Either he made a small mistake or he may have been doing a warm-up lap. That car is in the 216, 215 range. If he goes out for another flyer, we'll know. Look at these people all in the 216, 217 range. The limited class as a whole, even in this run, is just incredibly close. I understand Jackie Ding's stress, saying that he went from a third place spot to the first session in the day dropping down to 6th or 7th, and it just happens just like that.
Watching this blue Ferrari come around, really been kind of crowding the entries quite a bit, leaving a lot of time out there on the table as Wong comes through with a 214.2. So actually the Ferrari is continuing to get faster and has plenty potential to keep going that direction.
His fastest lap right before that was a 2:15.113. So it looks like the end of the day is really starting to come together. And from the track, you can see it's not overcast, but the sun is not blaring down. The track seems to be getting better as the day ends and not worse, short of people's tires getting slippery, short of stuff like this, missing braking zones. That's all the horsepower, not enough brakes right there. He is pushing the limits on a car that doesn't have very much aero but has a lot of power. But right behind him is Cal Fortner, really putting down what seems to be a tidy lap. He's done a 2:18.509. He spent the entire first day dealing with gremlins, so I know he's trying to catch up, but it seems like he is keeping this car together. He hit that braking zone even with a car in front of him losing it, which makes it very easy for you to fixate and miss your brakes. He hit his braking zone perfectly. He's nice and tidy through the carousel right here. Let's see how he breaks into this corner. This is 19. He's trying to hook the inside curb right there. Now it's all about the brake zone into 20. Let's see if he can put the power down smoothly, not whip the back end around. Looks like he did everything in his power to be smooth around that corner. And that is going to net him a little bit of a slower lap, a 2:19.311. We didn't get to see the first half of it, but the back half is very tidy. And he's been doing a great job of multiple laps in this car. This AMG GT obviously is hooked up. His team has it set up well. He can do hot lap, cool down, hot lap. That's Gary Wong laying down a 2:48.596, which means he is now starting a flyer, his first lap being a 2:17.005.
Watch this Supra as it goes around for a lap. Remember, Gary Wong was one of the faster limited class cars, and I just saw him lay in some treads on the exit of turn 1 out there. So trying to get that thing hooked up with the power that he's got underneath the hood. And now through the S's, as long as you're able to power the car forward, not overheat those rear tires any more than what you did there in turn number 1, you can gather it back up. Nice, really clean through that turn 7 apex there, and places the car halfway over the inside curb there. So in terms of a driving line, Gary Wong definitely got it hooked up the first half of this lap, and looks like a competitor is going to get well out of the way going into turn 11, not compromise this Supra at all. So as long as you're able to hit the brake marker perfectly, hit that apex, stomp on that loud pedal, now you just go up through the gears and have a quick second to take a breath here.
And he's going to need that breath, because out of turn 1 and even into this corner, I'm starting to believe that his tires are falling away from him. Let's see if he can actually hit this braking zone and make this corner.
Yes, does get it slowed down in time. You see that Mercedes of Cal Fortner pretty much about 15, 20 car lengths back from the Supra. So Cal staying on it with multiple laps, like you were saying, Cuban, as we continue here with Gary Wong, keeping it nice right in the middle of the road there through 15 and 16. Looks really good. A lot of these cars, you don't need to use that extra run out all the way to drivers right there. And now comes this really fast triple apex right-hander. Careful, because turn 19 comes up so fast. It's caught so many drivers out, always all the way on the left side of the track. He only gets it back to the middle and completely blows 19 right in the middle of the track. So he'll finish this one out, but I have a feeling it's not going to be the lap that Gary wanted.
I agree with you,
cool
blowing the
across
tires
line,
off
too.
right there. And you know what I saw? Like you said, I saw Cal Fortner chasing the carrot. Gary Wong is the guy right in front of him on pace. But I feel Cal Fortner either made a mistake or felt he wasn't going to have a good one. Here he is right there. He did end up finishing that lap, but he was about, like you said, 10, 15 cars behind, and then we lost him after that. So Gary Wong was making a few small mistakes. I feel Cal probably backed out also. I am very impressed, though, with how at the end of the day on those tires, he hit the brake zone, nailed it for the back straight. He was really clean through the slow section. I feel like he got such a good slow section that he thought 17, 18, 19, 20 were free. And like you said, he took way too much through 18. He did not have enough room to get all the way back out to turn into 19, and that was the end of his lap.
I was mentioning iRacing earlier. Gabe Zamora, I know, does a bunch of iRacing as well, and various Porsches. He's out there in his black Porsche, that Dundon Motorsports liveried Porsche, coming through the stadium section right now, and currently his fastest lap this session is a 2:16.15. He is in that limited class, so he's chasing that Ferrari up there of a 2:14.4. This does look to be a hot lap, so we'll see what Gabe can do through this long triple apex right-hander. Does he keep it nice in the middle of the track? Lets it drift out to apex, but hustles the car right back over to driver's right, sets him up for 19 quite nicely. So clean through there, only one more turn to execute, and let's see what kind of lap time this black 777 Porsche puts on the board. Really nice power down coming out of the final turn. A 2:16.5, so not his fastest of the session, but only about 4/10 off.
And you have Eric Sutton laying down his fastest lap of the session at a 2:13.992. Now, sadly, that is not his fastest of the event. His fastest is a 2:13.984. So consistency is absolutely there, but he's a few hundredths off of his fastest lap. With that being said, though, here towards the end of the day where people are still laying fast lap times, that's great to see. Also, with consistency, Eric Fleming laid down another 2:04, but it was a 5:61. He needs to be sub 2:03.850 to take that record. But not to harp on that, he's definitely leaving this event with his head held high. They got this car figured out, broken diff, put it together. Every little thing they had ran into, they have gone through and fixed. So maybe the lap is there, maybe it's not. But at the end of the day, Eric and this G-Speed team, they have done amazing work, and you can see smiles in the pit. I'm sure Eric has a little bit in his head wishing he took that record, but the good news is you have one more session to try.
I believe the G-Speed folks, that should be Lewis down there with that car. So shout out to Louis Gelati. Always good to see a familiar name from way back.
Very well-known name if you follow any kind of sports car racing, to be honest with you.
I got the very fortunate experience of working with Lewis on the GS Camaro program way back, over a decade ago at this point. So know that family from way back, had the experience with Stop Tech as well. Got to work at Stop Tech a long time ago. So know both Lewis and his father from way back as we watch one of these BMWs come and complete this lap here, coming through turn number 19. Always love the two-tone cars, especially the carbon roofs that come on these cars nowadays. It's just so cool. I have a thing for Alpine white and black as Matt Davis crosses the line, a 2:20.46 in his limited class BMW.
You aged yourself, by the way. You said GS Camaro. That means that was the 5th gen Z28 chassis back when they ran wheel-to-wheel in those.
Yeah, the 5th gen. We started racing the Riley Tech Camaros back in 2010.
And it was the beautiful chassis. Those cars are still around, by the way. They've one of them was just recently sold on Bring a Trailer. Not to tell you I spend too much time on the internet or anything. But out here right now, we still have Eric Fleming at a 2:04, Eric Sutton with a 2:13.992, Zhenying Wang with a 2:14.4. It looks like he just wanted to do one lap because he brought it in after that flyer. Brett Dickey did get back down to a 2:16.0 once they put this diff back in, but their fastest of the event is a 2:15. Gabe Zamora, 2:16.1. Brad Perkins, 2:16.7. Gary Wong, 2:18.6. Jackie Ding 218.7. So everything that Jackie said is true. Nobody in limited class is safe. This group, these guys, they are flying right now.
I think there's only another couple minutes left in this session in terms of the green flag running. So if anybody does want to put down that lap time, kind of the sand is running out of the hourglass at this moment. But we do still have one more session to wrap up the end of the day coming up here in a little bit. So if you want to maybe try something out that gives the drivers a good opportunity, if there's maybe something that you wanted to try coming into and you haven't had that opportunity, I think it's that time to maybe throw it in the wind and see if it sticks.
Brett Dickey and the Project Import team talking about that lap. You have GLTC drivers starting to grid up right now. The run group probably has about 1 minute left in it, so anybody who is on a flyer or about to start a flyer will be able to go out or get that lap going, but no one else is going to be sent. Now, like I said, guys, this is the fourth and final race of GLTC here at Circuit of the Americas. The 3 races before this were very exciting. If you missed daylight savings times, if you didn't wake up for that 8 a.m. standing start race, you really missed out. Don't forget to catch it on the replay. You can watch the stream from earlier, but watching it live, it was incredible. As these drivers start to line up, let's go ahead and go over the standings from this run group one more time. We have Eric Fleming leading with a 204.179. Eric Sutton with a 213.992. Zenyang Wang with a 214.472. Brett Dickey with a 216.018. Gabe Zamora with a 216.156. Brad Perkins with a 216.796. And Gary Wong with a 217.005. For those of you that have never been here to Circuit Americas for Super Lap Battle, this isn't just Time Attack. This isn't just GLTC. This is a motorsports event. We have Lone Star Drift up top doing ride-alongs and their drift paddock. For those of you that don't know, these are the greatest drivers from Lone Star Drift. They are people who have a blast doing this, and there's going to be a line for ride-alongs all the way until the event ends. We have the Just Vibes car show in the SLB parking lot paddock. It is packed from end to end. This is our biggest turnout as far as fans go, as far as car show entrance, as far as drifting. Everything you see out here is incredible. You have a 86 right there with identifies as a vet sticker on it, which he needs to in this GLTC series. The C5 is ready to go. So as you can see, guys, they're ready to go out. We're going to go ahead and hand this over to the GLTC guys in just a second. This is going to be their final race. I'll have them explain to you how they grid these guys, but the way they do this swap in this race should make the start exciting. So to everyone watching out there, thank you. We'll be back after this race with our final run groups of Session 8 to go live for Time Attack. We're going to put the standings up for you. We'll roll through them. That way you guys can check that out while GLTC gets ready to go.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
Green flag flies and we're racing in Grid Life Touring Cup. Side by side. Down the inside, 3 wide into 4. Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
Grid Life Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this?
Well, there were plans to call this place Speed City, but today it's more of a motorsports metropolis. Welcome back to Super Lap Battle and for the 4th and final race of the weekend for Grid Life Touring Cup. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Matt Walbaum for this last race of the weekend for this single-class sprint racing series. Matt, this has been a phenomenal weekend of racing with drivers that are new, drivers that have been here for a while, but up front, it's been more of the same. Luke McGrew has snagged all 3 of the race wins so far, but for this 4th and final race, we have inverted the top 5 from race 3, and that means that Luke McGrew will have cars to pass in this final race.
Yeah, this final race will be exciting to see how Luke can work his way through traffic. He hasn't had to do as much. There's been a few starts where he's gotten backed up a little bit and has had to work his way through, so he's had some practice at it. But this will be the most he'll have to get through. And Houghton will be doing the same, trying to get forward. If he can get to the front of the field and then Luke maybe gets hung up in traffic, there is a chance that Houghton could have the weekend win.
Yeah, a slight rule change from last year also. We are no longer doing rewards weight between races. So in the past season, the last few seasons, every time you won a race, you'd get some percentage weight added to hopefully kind of bring the parity into check during the race weekend. No longer do we do that. We do that after the race event is complete for the next round. So Luke isn't any heavier than he started the race weekend with. So that's an advantage for him. But we've also really only seen him pass 1 car, and that was James Houghton. So in traffic, will Luke be a bit more careful? Probably, but will he have enough time to get to the front? Maybe, Matt.
Yeah, the invert's relatively small here, given that we're only having a 20 or 25 car field here. Sometimes the invert can be 10 cars, and it is a much longer track to get to the front. But we'll have to see how this unfolds in the first few corners, because he's going to have people behind him that also want to get by. It's not just the 4 at 5. He has people right next to him and behind him that also want through. Just because he's been winning every race doesn't mean they're not going to race him just as hard.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting fight to watch here as we're getting set to go racing. We're on board with Eric Jensen. This is the 184 LS Swap Scion FRS. He had a phenomenal battle earlier this morning, and with Tony Marchev, Julio Crispin, and Kyle Hale, some great racing there. We'll get to ride on board. I actually sat in this car for the first time ever today, and just because I have an FRS at home, and it's just really interesting to see how it fits as a race car. It's not much of FRS left in it, I'll say that. But let's get through our starting lineup for this one. Row 1 is led by Matan Rosenberg in the number 484. That car completely rebuilt in the offseason. It will roll off first alongside Eric Magnuson in the 330. Then it's Lawson Crane and James Houghton in row number 2. Luke McGrew, who's won all 3 races so far, starts 5th, and Tony Marchev rolls off in 6th. Then in 7th is camera car Eric Jensen in the 184. James Cathers starts 8th in the 129. Then it's Michael McGinnis in the 777 Impreza in 9th, and then Michael Hilo out of California in his number 224 350Z. He starts 10th, Matt.
Starting 11th, we have Kyle Hale in his white BMW, the number 222, starting next to Julio Crispin in his red 350Z, number 350 to match that. On the next row, we have Adam Wood, starting next to Ernestus Prazelis. Next row in 15th, we have Kelly Bryant, starting next to Vitus Aronauskis. I think he had a little bit of problems at the end of the last race, but we'll get him restarted and going here in race 4. Next row, starting in 17th, we have Kevin Bandy, and then starting next to Corey Mitchell in his Red Bull liveried BMW. And then finally, we have Nicholas Seneford starting at the back in his bright blue S2000 at the back of the field. I know he's had some problems throughout the weekend. They're getting that car sorted.
Yeah, we should have a couple other cars that were not on the grid sheet because they didn't finish the previous race, but they will be starting. Haley Myers in the 101 350Z, and then also the yellow number 10, that's Brian Tyson. He had a braking issue that he has resolved. It doesn't seem incredibly confident that it's going to feel very good, the fix that he's implemented, but it should stop, and that's really the important thing when it comes to the brakes. So, again, this racetrack, Matt, it's got a little bit of everything, several different sections, areas that you carry speed, areas that you have to effectively stop and change direction and start all over. So confidence in your car and your capabilities are really important for a lap around here.
Absolutely, and the brakes are a big one. You get down there to turn 12, and you're carrying more speed than you might at almost any other track across the United States. There's only maybe a select few that you're going to be getting a higher mile an hour there. So you need to have confidence that when you hit that brake pedal, it's going to be there. And if not, you have to check up 3 or 4 brake markers early to make sure that you're going to get stopped.
Yeah, turn 15. This has been an action spot here this morning and early afternoon as this pinch point leads into the carousel, which is setting up for that last sequence of turns 19 and turn 20. Matt, another topic of discussion post-race 3 was track limits. There was a couple cars that were exploring the boundaries of the playing field they've been given. The white line is the effectively your barrier here at Circuit of the Americas. There are 2 exception corners, turn 19 and turn 8. Everywhere else, you got to keep it in bounds to make sure the playing field is fair.
Yeah, I think a few people may have watched a few too many NASCAR races here where they kind of explore the extra limits on this track. But people were just getting outside of those boundaries. They've been reminded, and hopefully we'll keep everyone inside the white lines this time around.
Well, we're going to race next in South Carolina about next month, about a month from now, actually, and that's going to be our first festival tour round of the season. But GLTC starts a little earlier in conjunction with Super Lap Battle and onto the front straightaway. Packed parking lot. That's great to see as the field doubles up to go racing here one final time this weekend, 2x2, about 10 rows deep for Grid Life Touring Cup, a single-class sprint racing series. 12 to 15 minutes is our race duration now, and here we go. Green flag flies, and we're racing at Circuit of the Americas, and already Luke McGrew looks to the inside, 3 wide, caught the front row sleeping. We're going to be 3 abreast into turn 1 here, Matt.
Yeah, Luke really did jump out there, and he got a nice jump on this, but he has to park it on that apex going in so narrow, so let's see if he can get a good run out, and he does.
Okay run. He might grab second from Matan Rosenberg, but it's a 3-3-0 that slides to the front. That's Eric Magnuson. Jensen is going to lose a spot there to Tony Marchev, but Luke McGrew's into second place. Rosenberg third, then James Houghton in fourth. That's the critical pass for Luke to complete, is on that 41, who's really been the only driver to challenge him this weekend.
Yeah, and we'll see how defensive maybe Eric gets when he gets up there. We know he has a ton of talent from his background in NASA, and he's won a number of championships, so he's not going to be an easy pass, and he may hold him up, and Houghton may have a chance to get past Matan and start to fight him before Luke gets to run away.
A little deeper in the field there. The white car is James Cathers, Michael Hilo, Eric Jensen, Tony Marchev, and then the green car, Mike McGinnis. Great scrapping back here for what seems to be about 6th place. As we head down to turn 11, it's Rosenberg alongside James Houghton. Houghton on the attack, Rosenberg on the defense. Defensive line there from Cathers into the hairpin at 11 on Julio Crispin and others. As now they're going to rocket up the back straightaway here, and we'll see if that 330 BMW can keep the 7 in the mirror. I don't know that he's been ahead of Luke yet, so this is a matchup we have yet to see.
Yeah, it should be interesting. And another car that's a bit further forward than I think we've seen throughout the weekend is that Subaru of Mike McGinnis up there in 5th place. All-wheel drive cars definitely more of a less frequent thing here in GLTC, so it's great to see him running up there.
Yeah, it's something a little different. There's 2 cars in the field that have all-wheel drive. Adam Wood is the other, and a white Impreza top of your screen. But that is an advantage in a particular circumstance. I think sometimes it is a disadvantage. But Luke McGrew is on the attack here for the lead, and he would like to go 4 for 4. I think his weekend sweep has only been done maybe twice in GLTC history, and he's trying to line up to be the 3rd driver to do so and potentially win his 2nd ever event weekend. The only weekend he's ever won before was Circuit Legends last year. He'd like to do it again. James Houghton, though, not too far back. Matt, he's coming with a vengeance.
Yeah, and the more of these little outside looks there, the longer he takes to make the move on Magnussen, that's going to let Houghton get up closer and closer. And if Houghton gets lucky, he could get both of them at once if those two are scrapping in a way that slows him down too much.
I think James felt that last race he might have won had he not made a mistake at turn 12. That was a critical point in the race that he just slipped the slightest bit. Luke was able to take advantage of it. But now it's a different horse up at the front. It's the 330 of Eric Magnussen. Now a little in the background there, Hilo a bit wide. Vitas Aronowskis to his inside. That's the yellow and red car at the very top of the screen. Then McGuinness and Tony Marchev up the hill towards turn 1.
Yeah, let's see how he does on the brakes here. Those S2000s are definitely known to be very strong on the brakes, but it looks like he wasn't able to get the run up the hill to get the move on the inside.
And Eric Jensen sizing all of it up out the windshield here as they head down the hill towards turn 2. This is usually flat in a car that is set up to do so. Some of the cars without aero might have to lift just for confidence as the lead battle is getting tight again through the S's. A little slip there for Luke, and James Houghton is all over the back here. If James passes Luke, that's game on, but it's also going to give Magnussen a chance to run away.
Yep, absolutely. But I think Luke may be safe for the weekend win if that's what he's focused on. I know the points standings for this year for the season points has changed, and you want every race to matter. So it's a matter of what's going on inside of Luke's head. How aggressive does he want to be to potentially get past Magnussen, or is he just satisfied with the weekend victory and maybe getting a 2nd or 3rd here?
Yeah, 3 wins and pole are certainly going to lock up that. I don't know that there's a way that he could lose it now that he's past Tech for the finish of race 3, but it's still going to matter in the grand scheme of things, as you pointed out. So there's something to race for. The question is how much and how hard do you want to do that now? Luke's got a long season ahead, so that's something to consider. Back on board with Jensen, rolling through the gears, dog box 4-speed in this car. It's a little bit like a stock car as he chases Tony Marchev up the straightaway. And here comes Luke McGrew for the lead, side by side with Eric Magnussen. Now it's a braking duel here into turn 12.
And I think we've seen it a number of times. Magnussen has some great brakes on that car, and he was able to get it woed up, but just a little too deep.
Well,
and so Luke's going to be able to sneak his way through.
Can he keep the door open into 13? A little bit of a lunge there for Magnussen. He's going to keep it tight and complete the pass again. And here comes McGrew. He's going to open overlap to the left this time. Going to get squeezed onto the rumbles here, side by side into 14 and 15. This is a really hard pass to make.
This may play out well for Houghton if he's able to get a run better off this corner than the 2 cars ahead, but he may just make this a 3-horse battle around the carousel.
Well, it absolutely is now. Magnussen going to try to slide through. McGrew offline, had a bit of a wiggle, and here comes James Houghton in the K-Tune TSX. He is all over the back of Luke McGrew here, battling for 2nd place. Now, James cannot win the weekend, but I think there's a personal victory here if he can just get by this 7 and finish a race ahead of him.
Look at these guys, too wide. They're potentially going to let Magnussen get away a little bit if they're fighting through too many of these corners. There's some gamesmanship you have to play if thinking about how often you want to fight with the person you're racing with to let either someone ahead of you get away or someone behind you catch up. So they may need to get this sorted out so they can go back after Magnussen.
Yeah, and already you can see the difference that is made. Maybe 10 car lengths here. James chasing Luke over across the road here a bit, up the hill towards turn 1, over-under potentially from Houghton. He's going to go the long way around. If he can get the power down, he used more of the road this time than he did at 12 when he lost the race to Luke. So now it's going to be a run down the hill. And James committing in a big way here through turn 2.
These guys are not backing down, and they might go too wide all the way till turn 11.
Side by side into the S's on the rumbles. A little wiggle for James. This is so tight. How do you do this at Circuit of the Americas? They're leaving each other just enough room. Luke is wide. Baton's going to take a look at the number 7 as well. But James Houghton is through into 2nd place. He's still wide here. I don't think he's fully committed. Now he is. And he can try to go run down that 330. And here comes Rosenberg.
You see Luke dancing around a little bit. I wonder if he has overheated those Falcons a little bit. They are sensitive to temperature if you really start to grind on them. Maybe some of these corners he's going too wide. He just boiled them over a little bit.
Yeah, he has been at work this race. So James Houghton has cleared Luke McGrew for 2nd place. Now the goal is catch Eric Magnussen, a new entrant this weekend. We documented his experience in other series, but he's getting a heck of a baptism here this weekend. He's been all through the field. He's been disqualified. He's had top 5s. He's just been running the whole gamut, getting the full experience of Grid Life Touring Cup racing. But now he's leading and has one of the most successful drivers in the series trailing him. But I don't think Houghton's done with Luke just yet.
No, I mean, Luke's car is incredibly slippery down this back straightaway, and he's going to take another look and maybe at least show the nose to make Houghton double guess if he wants to come down to that apex.
And he didn't. Houghton left him room, which is what you'd expect as a GLTC competitor, but he probably didn't need to there maybe, but left the door open in case Luke had overcommitted. But great respect between these two as they battle for second.
Yeah, and I think this may be an issue with Houghton's mirrors. I was talking to him a little bit after the last race when he made that mistake, or quote-unquote mistake, in turn 12. He just thought that maybe Luke was all the way there, and he has these little convex mirrors that made the car look bigger and more close than it was. So he may be making a mirror change before we get to CMP.
Yeah, now through the carousel, Luke trying to find a way around him. And he's really had Houghton on the back foot all weekend long, and I'm sure James would love nothing more than to go run down Magnussen, but his mission to hold Luke back is not complete just yet, and I don't think it will be. Luke has just been so good. I think what Houghton needs is for Rosenberg to get up there and challenge Luke a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how they come out of this final corner. Matan has been there. He just hasn't quite closed up as much as I'd expect with these two fighting. I'd expect him to be closing up, but maybe he just doesn't quite have the pace there. I know he's still trying to figure a lot of things out with that car. He's got that little duckbill spoiler that he's retrofitted for the weekend, but probably still chasing a few items on that car with the setup.
Eric Jensen's up to 5th place. He's had a nice climb up for himself, so he's having a pretty decent race back there and got past Tony Marchev. Now down through turn 2 once again, James Houghton and Luke McGrew. These two have been the stars of the show in the Lone Star State, haven't they, Matt? They've been putting on the show. But Eric Magnussen, I think he'd be all right not getting talked about much if he could just put these two way back in the rear view and not have to worry about them.
Yeah, I think the biggest Luke McGrew fan out there right now is probably Magnussen, cheering him on to keep chasing down Houghton and harassing Houghton. The more they can do that, the more he'll be able to just put in clean laps and try to get to the checkered flag.
This would be a statement for Magnussen as well to come into your first GLTC weekend and snag a victory. And it hasn't been a smooth weekend for him necessarily. So to overcome all of that and still grab a win is a great way. And again, that invert, taking advantage of it, you have to capitalize, Matt. And you know as well as I do that those inverts don't come often. When they do, you have to capitalize. These wins will factor in and matter, especially with Magnussen in a full season effort this year.
Yeah, I actually did not know he was going to be doing the full season until chatting with him just before this race when he was going to grid. It'll be great to see him all along the eastern seaboard and across the Midwest at all the grid life events. It'll be great to race with him.
Luke is going to give the 41 a shove, bump drafting NASCAR style down here into 12. And look at James close in on the 330. So battle for the lead is now 3 cars deep into turn 12. So here comes the 41 K-Tune TSX, and now Magnussen's got those cars a lot larger in the rear view now. And what he's going to be praying for is that white flag.
I think Houghton and McGrew have figured this out. We need to stop battling with each other and focus forward, and let's catch up to Magnussen. We're wasting too much time, and so they're starting to work together a little bit. They're good friends outside the race car. There may have been some hand signals that, hey, give me the bump draft forward. So they're starting to work together.
And it's immediately worked. I mean, they were back 10, 15, 20 car lengths in one straightaway of working together, and this is where they are. Magnussen covering off the opportunity for James to sneak up the inside at the carousel, but Magnussen is going to hope that we get the white flag, and we could get it very, very soon. Ooh. Magnussen's out a little bit wide. That might be a little too wide there. Have to watch out, because the worst thing would be to win this race and get it pulled away for being out of bounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whoa, you see the hands, the white gloves.
He's shaking it, trying to keep it in bounds.
And I did not see a white, so yeah, we're going to be at least 2 laps to go, and this is not looking good for Magnussen. Now look at this, 1, 2, 3, BMW, Acura, Corvette lined up. Here comes James to the inside, a bit of a move there by Magnussen, and here comes James way deep into 1. He's not going to make the corner, and Magnussen will take the lead back away.
I wonder if that reaction messed up his braking a little bit. I know Houghton doesn't have any ABS on that car, so the extra move maybe he had to maybe lock him up a little bit to get away.
Yeah, James had to chase him across the road a bit, and by the time he had it straightened out, no way that thing was going to stop. But now Luke McGrew has got one in the crosshairs here. Eric Magnussen, nose to tail, through the S's, and we've still got at least 5 miles of racing left to go, so he's going to have to get very busy, and those rear tires on that BMW are not happy. We saw the gloves shaking the wheel around, trying to grab purchase on the pavement here at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, I think when I was standing next to his car earlier, he is on those Falcons, and we've said it multiple times. Those tires do not like to be beat to death. They may be good over the first 3 laps, and then after that, you're going to need to start taking care of them a little bit more. And here comes McGrew on the inside to 12.
Really shallow line. I don't know if Luke can make that work. Very tight line here. This is going to give James an opportunity to run both of them back down side by side up the straightaway here.
Let's see if he gets enough in front of him where McGrew has to tuck back in. It looks like he's just going to be side by side. That Corvette may be slippery enough that he's just going to keep pulling away.
Yeah, that car is not, wow, look at the speed that he has there. The rear wing slowing that 330 down. Again, that's an advantage in some areas and a big disadvantage here. So Luke McGrew takes the lead back away from Eric Magnussen from 5th to 1st in this race, and James Houghton now needs to set his sights on both of these cars if he wants to win a race this weekend.
Man, the way this just shook out, and now Luke leading this race, he's going for that sweep. He wants to be in that record book in GLTC of the few people who've done it.
It's not often that it happens, and it takes a very, very good weekend of driving and a very good weekend mechanically
he was
to
a
pull
little
that
weak
off.
there.
But yeah, struggling still. If he can put it a lap together, I think he could be gone. But Magnussen's still close enough to take advantage of a slippery slide.
Let's see how they're doing, spreading out a little bit here near the front. Let's see if Houghton can catch up to him in some of these corners here.
Yeah, and James, I think, probably a little hot after getting the brakes woed up down there at turn 1 the last time around. And again, generally the rules on defensive driving, you can make a move, but generally, Matt, braking across the road might be a little bit more than you typically would want to do to a competitor in GLTC. So James is probably going, hey man, let's go in there straight next time as the white flag waves. 1 lap to go here at COTA.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that one on a replay to see if it was a reactionary move, etc. So generally in GLTC, we don't like to see someone pop out and then you react to kind of move and block their lane that they're trying to take.
So 1 lap to go, 3.5 miles, 20 turns here in Grid Life Touring Cup. And again, Luke McGrew is one of the drivers also going for a season championship and has a full season effort as far as doing the minimum number of rounds to count for full points. James Houghton is as well. Matano Rosenberg is as well. So all 4 of those drivers are. The 184 of Eric Jensen has dropped down the timing, unfortunately. So I hope he's just had something easy, something like a tire flat or something, because we don't see him anymore in the top 5 like he was.
That would be truly unfortunate. I think he had a string of unfortunate races. No, here he is. That's unfortunate. He had a series of unfortunate events last year, and it just breaks my heart to see that.
Yeah, Eric is he's a hardworking guy and does a lot to get that car running and keep it running. And, at least it's rolling back to the paddock. That's the good news, but it would be better if it rolled back after the checkers fall. Now, last couple of corners here, half a lap to go as Luke McGrew sets his sights on 4 for 4 here this weekend. We're not done for second, though, Matt. Here comes James.
Yeah, you can see that big TSX standing out behind that BMW. It looks like Magnussen's going to take that inside line and make Houghton go around the outside. They're going to go for the brakes here. Let's see if Houghton can keep it under control without ABS.
That might have been a mistake. I think James would have struggled on the inside line. Magnussen's in there really deep, and he's not going to make the corner. Lock up, and here comes Houghton.
Great move by Houghton, kind of pressuring him into having to brake absolutely as late as possible to try to defend the position. Saw that he was coming in a little bit too hot, let him go by, and was able to complete that over on him.
Yeah, James Houghton taking advantage of that, and that's why I said that inside lane, if he had left it open, maybe James would have done the same exact thing. We almost saw him do it against Luke McGrew earlier today. He just kept it from locking and on the road, but it's a challenging proposition. That corner radius is so tight. If you get put on the inside, you have to get slowed down. It's critical. It's just hard to do. Last couple of corners for Luke McGrew out of Hurricane, West Virginia. And many weekends he is a solo effort as far as how he shows up to the racetrack. He's got friends that here in the paddock that help him out. But Luke McGrew has been a one-man show here this weekend. He hasn't led all the laps, but he has won all of the races. Maybe not all the battles, but he has won the war. Luke McGrew wins race 4 and all 4 races here at Circuit of the Americas. Magnussen drops to 3rd behind James Houghton, and then it's Matan Rosenberg in 4th place. And for 5th, this is going to be a drag race to the checkers between Cathers and Marchev, and I think Cathers got him.
I wonder if Marchev had some problems there. There's almost...
he did get him by a 10th. Man, what a battle there at the end for James Cathers to steal that one. That's heartbreaking for Tony, but
absolutely,
the finish is the finish. And then Brian Tyson finishing with that brake issue that he had earlier. Then Corey Mitchell in the number 79. There's Adam Wood out of New Mexico, Vitas Aronauskis, and Kelly Bryant should be the last car to come back to the checkers. But Matt, another fantastic race at the front. But man, it was just the freight train of Luke McGrew has been hard to stop this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. He has this. He has his setup figured out. He has the car figured out. He has the track figured out. It didn't come easy. There was a couple of starts where maybe he didn't have the best start and he got shuffled backwards a little bit, but then he kind of got resettled in and focused forward and was able to get back through the field. So he's done a fantastic job. So hats off to him this weekend. I think that he's probably the 3rd person so far, I think, who's now swept a full GLTC weekend.
Like I said before, it does not happen often, and that is something to be proud of. And, these cars and these season efforts take a lot of effort. James Houghton's got a full race team down here, and they put a lot of work and effort. They actually helped Luke this weekend as well. So the camaraderie here in the paddock is like nothing else as well. So I'm sure James will be the first one to go congratulate Luke after this weekend. But Luke has just put on a clinic. I don't know if it'll be the same story at Carolina Motorsports Park next month, Matt, because we always talk about horses for courses, and I'm not sure Luke Stallion is best set up for that track, but we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, I've talked to him a little bit about this. So that course, there's going to be a bit more handling elements versus some of these long straights. Where this car really pays off is at the end of that long back straightaway, where you don't have the wing, you don't have the extra weight, and it's just super slippery through the air. This is the longest straightaway we're going to run all year. This track has 3 of the longest full throttle sections that we would see all year, all on one track. So that high horsepower slippery setup really works, and some of the other competitors that may show up at Carolina Motorsports Park with more handling oriented setups may work. So he may need to bring that wing and staple it back on the car.
And when he does that, that'll change his competition balance and things. It'll change the weight. It'll change the handling of the race car itself beyond just what performance additions you get from the wing. So that could absolutely change the calculus here for Luke at the next handful of events. We'd expect to see Houghton. We expect to see Magnussen, Rosenberg, Cathers, and more all at CMP next month. So this is really just the first round of many in a championship hunt for 2024. But despite the absence of champion Jeremy Swenson, this is going to be a hard championship to wrestle away from Luke McGrew, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was very impressive once he got all the car figured out last year. I think it took him a minute to kind of get some of the setup and some of the things dialed in, and he was playing with tires. Now he's on Falcons versus the Nexans for rule changes, but he just seems to have it figured out. He's driving super well. He's confident. We'll see how he does, but he's looking really positive for him. It's a great start.
Yeah, James said casually perfect, and this weekend was perfect for Luke McGrew. Qualifying first, race 1 first, race 2, 3, and 4 all first. That was a great weekend of racing, though, Matt. And the best thing is everyone is going to get to load their car back on the trailer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of these competitors are from far off places. Houghton from Canada. I know McGrew is from West Virginia, so there's long drive home. People will be able to get their stuff back in the trailer and get on the road tonight, and then be ready for 4 weeks later when we're at Carolina Motorsports Park. And it's going to be tough championship to wrestle away from Luke, but I'm going to go there and try to give it my best as well. And I think there's a lot of other GLTC competitors that are home that are watching this that want to have their shot.
I was going to say, you're going to be at CMP also, so it's going to, again, change the calculus of who we're going to see up at the front there. What a great battle, though, all weekend long. A 20-car grid is actually one of our smaller grids for the season, Matt, but the quality of the racing was certainly not diminished with that smaller field. So very, very excited to head into South Carolina next month and continue this championship.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. That event was the first time we were at Carolina Motorsports Park last year. The number of spectators that came out was phenomenal. They're knocking down trees. They're paving more parking lot for us. So it'll be really exciting to go out to that event, have the music going, the drifting going, the time attack going, and then obviously more GLTC. So if you haven't been to a Grid Life event, would highly suggest coming on out.
Yeah, big thanks again to Super Lap Battle for having us here this weekend. It's always a pleasure to jump on and kick our season off here in the Lone Star State. So big thanks to the entire crew at SLB and the stream crew as well. And hopefully we'll see you again next year. Thanks so much. Thanks for watching GLTC, and more time attack action coming your way in just a moment.
Green flag flies, and we're racing in Grid Life Touring Cup. Side by side.
Down the inside, 3 wide into 4.
Huge mess. Look at them. 5 cars on top of each other under a blanket. You can't see these 2 cars race against each other anywhere else.
Grid Life Touring Cup action at its best, folks. How do you like this?
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
And here we are back at Super Lap Battle USA for the final set of run groups, the final session. This will be Group 4321 for their final chance to lay down a flying lap. Thank you for joining us here, race fans. I know you just watched a very exciting GLTC race. That was their last race here at Super Lap Battle. Not only is this the opening event for Super Lap Battle in the Global Time Attack season, this is their opening race too, and it's always great to have them here with us. Currently, we're going to show you what's going on with our time attack. For those of you joining in fresh, let's throw up some class descriptions for you so we can help you understand what you're about to watch. Time attack being a literal race against the clock. You can call it a state of perpetual qualifying, but really it's you, machine, versus the track. GTX class is the class for factory race cars. We have a couple AMG GTs, we have a couple Norma M30 chassis. These are cars that would not be allowed to run in any natural time attack organization, but they want a place to be able to show off their lap times, their skills, the mods they've done to these race cars. And honestly, leading right now is a Norma M30 led by Jensen Little, the first person to do a 58. Max effort class would be something that you would call what we called pro comp back in the day. This is for somebody who wants to build something out of the box, show off their badass builds, show off what they did in their garage, what their shop did, the things that they have developed that no one else has thought of. Getting into the very first true time attack class, this is enthusiast class. These are factory-based cars. Driver must be the registered owner. We don't have engine mods here at Global Time Attack or Super Lap Battle. OEM transmissions only, minimal aero, 3-inch splitter type aero. Swaps are limited to engines available in the chassis. And you have to have a 220 treadwear or higher tire with a 255 width and all-wheel drive and 285 in front and rear. Street classes where things start to get spicy. In years prior, this was the class that had the highest density and the closest runners. Pro drivers are still not allowed, but someone else can drive your car if you have a friend that's a hotter shoe. Same thing, no sequentials allowed, but you can have open gear sets, so dog boxes are. Moderate aero, take it from a 3-inch splitter to a 5-inch splitter. Engine swaps are limited to engines available from the same manufacturer, and now you get down to 180 treadwear tire with a little bit bigger width front and rear. Limited is where you start getting pro drivers. Limited class cars are built to a much higher standard. They don't need interior, they don't need carpet, they don't need passenger seats. Unlimited engine mods. Sequentials are allowed, but you have to be rod shifted, no paddle shifting allowed. Extensive aero mods literally being you can go 14 inches out and 10 inches forward with your splitter. Engine swaps are open. This would be the 2JZ or LS Swap It class, and you can run any tire with a 60 treadwear or higher. This class basically speaks for itself. It is unlimited. Pro drivers allowed, unlimited engine mods. Sequentials are allowed with paddle shift. Aero mods are open. Nitrous is allowed. Engine swaps are open. And you can run any DOT tire or racing slick. This is the class with the fastest times in the true time attack, the Cole Powelsons, the Eric Flemings. I would like you to introduce here Joey, who's been with me all day. Joey has been giving us some very deep insight on lap times. Joey is very well versed in not only this track, but wheel-to-wheel racing, time attack, and overall data on how cars go fast around tracks. Joey, we have the Rafa Racing McLaren on track right now. Tell me what you're seeing.
Well, this is a GT3-based McLaren, so he's actually already laid down a first lap, which was a little bit of a warm-up lap. Let's see what he does that time around, a 1:59.50. So I don't know if that is the fastest time we've seen overall, but it is certainly bumping up against it. I think the Norma chassis was down in the 58s a little bit earlier today, but in terms of that McLaren GT3 car, Rob Bell, McLaren factory driver, extremely well-versed with that car and absolutely getting every last tenth out of it.
Rob Bell is one of the hottest shoes here at the track while we see Tanner Faust miss the apex to the turn after the back straight. Rob Bell is chasing Jensen Little, who has done a 158.868. They knew that they wanted to be sub 2 and they hit that marker, but Jensen Little skipped the 159 barrier and went straight to a 58. So I know Rob Bell and the Rafa Racing team really want to end this year on top like they did last year with their first year in the Pro Comp GTX class.
Watching that Porsche come around to complete the lap here, and what's currently on the board is a 210.2 from this silver and red number 08 Porsche. And He's only got one more turn, and I know that Tanner has gone a little bit faster earlier in the day when the temperatures were a little bit cooler out there. And see what he puts down this time, a 2:10.6. So about 4/10 off of that first lap time, which is kind of comparable. That's standard tire fall off right there, especially with a little bit of a warmer temperature when he was doing those 209s earlier.
Absolutely. And the good news is the weather really hasn't changed between Group 1 and Group 4 in between that race of Grid Life Touring Cup. The sun still isn't really beating down on the track. It feels good outside. The sun is bright, though. I got out of my little cave here and was blinded immediately. Luckily for us, though, with Mark Austin, Scout Andrews in this GTX class car, they have also been one of the cars to do a 1:59. We went from no cars being sub 2 last year to 3 cars sitting under the 2-minute barrier. And we saw an unlimited record overall break, the unlimited rear wheel drive record within 3,000ths of a second. So I would say this has been absolutely incredible event here.
Watching this black and blue Mercedes GT3 base car come and complete their lap. They were just a little bit off the apex here in a couple areas, especially down in the stadium section. So looks like they're back on the line now, going to come and complete this lap. But knowing that there was a couple last little mistakes out of there, I'm sure the driver realizes that. You can go out there, and with these race cars, they really can do consecutive laps. A 206.8 was that time around. So that was the fastest lap time of him for this session, but I have a feeling it's going to continue to drop.
I agree 100%. And as we go through these sessions and we see these cars go fast, let's go ahead and talk really quick with Steve Wynn down there in his Civic Type R. When he gets back, we'll let you know exactly what it takes to really go under 2 minutes here at Circuit of the Americas.
All right, we're here with Steve Wynn. Steve Wynn had a little bit of an issue earlier today. In turn 7, he actually had a tire debeat. Can you give us some information on this? What happened? What tire pressures were you running? And what'd you do? How did it turn out?
It's kind of early in the morning, so we were running 24 or 25 cold. We're thinking that we're going to heat it up during our out session, but we're still having car issues, so we're trying to keep it easy or take it easier. And I think that wasn't able to get the tires hot enough to get more tire pressure.
All right. Well, were you able to actually get a good lap later on in the day?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say a good lap. I'm still sitting at a 233. Still working through all the kinks. We're still having car issues where we're not building enough boost or as much boost as we're supposed to. Seems like the wastegate's not closing all the way, so I'm losing a little bit of boost there. So,
are you going to be able to lay down a good flyer for us in the later session? One last session to go.
Yeah, this next session we're trying to see if we can still get boost, but we're just going to find out.
All right, he's going to give it all he got, guys, and we're going to go back to racing.
This Norma M30 chassis of Willie Petruia just did a 201.621. So for those of you just tuning in, I'm going to let Joey use his insight and his professionalism to really explain what it takes to go sub 2 here. Joey, what do GT3 cars do here and these purpose-built race cars versus what you've seen here today?
Yeah, well, so the GT3 cars that are uncorked, meaning that car like Rob Bell is driving, they're going sub 2 minutes. And I mean, we're talking high power levels coupled with a body in white, a factory OEM built race car. And then the other one that's plenty capable of going sub 2 minutes is this LMP3. It is a Norma chassis car. There are other LMP3 chassis such as the Dakeen as well, but this one, there's 2 of them out here. There's a black one and a silver one. Willie here in the number 379 is going out onto the back straightaway in his black LMP3 car. Now, these are more entry-level prototypes. They're basically formula cars, but with bodywork on them. So they are extremely responsive. The best way I can put it is a go-kart with a ton of aerodynamics added to it, a big old V8 in the back, a sequential transmission back there with it, paddle shift, all of the data for the driver to read directly in front of them on the dash. It is a true purpose-built race car. And when you have something like that, such as a carbon monocoque, it does everything that you want it to do. The speed levels are way the heck up there, and you look at the speed that this LMP3 car can really carry through the corners, and I really should call it a Norma chassis car, depending if they really have it uncorked here. And all he's got to do is come and complete 2 more turns. He's got a 201.6 on the board. We're going to see if he can break into that sub 2 minute. Currently, that McLaren at a 159.50 this session, but 1 turn remaining for the 379. Let's see if he can chase that elusive sub 2-minute lap time. Going to be a 2-minute 0.8, just about 3/4 of a second off.
And he is so close to a sub 2. Now, to give you guys context, he was talking about, say, Rob Bell's McLaren uncorked. Now, if you had a homologated BOP GT3 car, they're closer to the 205 to 208 range, but we're still talking about factory race cars. These are cars that were built for one purpose. Let's go ahead and move that into Time Attack. Time Attack cars were all built off of readily available factory-built street cars. To be able to compete in any of our series, the car has to have a VIN, or had to have had a VIN if it's an unlimited class car. It had to be purchased from the public. This is not something where you can buy a body in white from a manufacturer and say, well, it's the same. So you're obviously going to see rolling into Group 3, 2, and 1 all the way to the fastest cars that their times are going to be significantly different from a GTX or a max effort car. Now, at the highest level, we have Cole Powelson in his GTR, which was a street car, doing a 202. We have Eric Fleming in his Corvette doing a 204, 203 actually right now. So we always have people tune in and go, I don't understand what the classing is. I don't understand why that car is faster than this car. Well, what you're watching right now is a car built by Mercedes for racing purposes. You're actually going to see Cal Fortner in the same car running limited class, and that was a car that was purchased fresh off a factory floor. And what he did is he turned it into a race car. Now, Cal Fortner absolutely has a few things against him. It still has a factory dash per rules, which means it still has a lot of the deadening material in it. It still has a lot of the factory wiring, the things that can add hundreds upon hundreds of pounds. But that's going to be the biggest difference between watching a factory race car in this GTX or max effort class versus enthusiast, street, limited, and unlimited.
It's a great description, and there really is quite a big leap between those factory-built race cars versus those production kind of cars. And here in this GTX class, the max effort class, the race cars are put a little bit more on display. And then once we get through the run groups, we get through to the different varieties, more in the production-based side of things. But this one definitely has got those what used to be tube frame based race cars, and now they're chassis monocoque cars, carbon monocoque, depending if you're looking at those LMP3s. And this McLaren is just a piece of art, really, if you're looking at it from afar going around a racetrack, or even if you can get up close to it in the garage. You take that engine cover off and look at all the ducting behind the bodywork. It's amazing what those factory built race cars really go through.
And now Rob Bell and Willie and the other people out on track right now are basically at their last chance to set a fast lap time. We got Mark down there with a competitor who is still waiting to go back out. This is probably the most stressful time for them. They know there's one session left. So let's hear what they have to say before they go out again.
All right, we got AJ and Tan here. They're driving this beautiful blue S2000. All right, guys, what have you guys been putting down for lap times? What place are you guys in? I know limited class has been super competitive this year. Ton of guys in the class. What do you guys got?
Tan did today in the morning 2:22.8, I believe. Yeah, 22.8. Yeah, this morning. His best in this last session, he got a 24.5 so far.
So what does that place put you in?
I think we are around 17th, 18th on limited. Yeah.
Limited is so stacked, guys. This class is absolutely insane. So what do you got done to the car?
So Sun Vo at Formula S and John Vo at Track Spec Autosports built the vehicle. It's on a stock block, HKS GT2 supercharger. It's pushing 360 wheel, but starting practice day, we started having some issues with fuel cuts. Right now, we're early shifting at around 7,500 RPM. So I believe our power is cut down to around 340-ish, if at best. But even with that, we got Wisefab grip kit on it. We got the aero on it. So we're trying our best on the corners, but definitely this is a power track. We need a little bit more power to be more competitive, but it's the Supra.
So do you have any more time in the car? You think you guys are going to be able to belt down that time?
Yeah, Tan definitely could. Bring down at least another second. Yeah.
All right, so Tan, you think you can get that second?
Yes, I think this last session, I think the 21 is very doable in the car. I just go out there and get it.
All right, we're going to see if they can go out and get it done and get that other second. All right, guys, back to the action.
You know, it's crazy. He said he's in 17th, But as Joey and I have seen, the limited field is so stacked. The top 10 are within a second to a second and a half of each other. Track Spec Autosports has been setting up cars for not just time attack, but track racing in general. They've always set up Tom Tang's car, be it his endurance car, his 25-hour Thunderhill car, and they brought up Sun Vo, who's been competing with us forever. So, Joey, we're talking 17th place. We're talking pick up a second. Crazy to think, but I think if you pick up a second, that would take you from 17th to 8th or 7th.
You love to see it, right? You want a stacked field, not only because the competition is good, but when I look at it from a driver's aspect, you have to be on top of your game, right? If you want to go out and compete against one person, then great. You want to compete against two people, even better. But when you have, 17 drivers that are really all giving it and that are in such a close margin, that's exactly what I want to see as a competitor, because it furthers myself to kind of push my own limits, learn about the car, learn how to basically match everybody else out there, and then go faster than them all. And I don't know if you were checking out, apparently it's party time down there in the pits. I think you were talking about some of those inflatable suits earlier, and is that a chipmunk?
That looks like Buc-ee's, my friend. If you don't know what the Buc-ee's logo looks like, I feel like you need to spend more time in Texas. It's honestly the greatest gas station in the world. It's a gas station. It's a Walmart. It's a way of life. You can get barbecue there. You can take a shower there, man. So after this event, head to a Buc-ee's and then get back to me. Don't forget to buy the nuggies, though.
I am familiar with Buc-ee's and, being over in the Virginia, North Carolina area for a long time. We had Wawa, which was always a classic one over there on the East Coast, especially in the Mid-Atlantic region. And there's quite a few more. I forget what the one right there is outside of VIR on Highway 58, but that's another classic gas station that you always got to make a stop at, especially if you're leaving the racetrack, as we get kind of Group 4 of session number 8 coming to a close. It is still a green flag out there on the racetrack. It's just which cars are out there doing their fast laps as the session kind of winds down, but still plenty of drifting going on the interior paddocks over there. So lots of fun still to be had on Sunday afternoon.
And I did have to look it up. So Tan Nguyen, if they pick up a second or so, it's going to take them from 19th to around 11th. Now, we saw Jackie Ding dancing next to that Buc-ee's Beaver, and Jackie Ding, who had third place locked in before today started, actually is now sitting in 6th. He picked up half a second in his last session, and that only put him up to 6th right now. His closest competitor is a 15.8, but in front of that's a 15.8, and in front of that's a 15.7, and in front of that's a 15.6. We're talking tenths of a second could really jump you multiple positions. So as Group 4, Session 8 is coming to end. That is the last time we will see them on track. But every single driver out there is trying to pick up positions, whether it be Jackie trying to get back on the podium, whether it be Tan Nguyen trying to really pick up some positions for his team. We have every single class right now is fighting and battling for position. Very few people are just dominating their class. And as you said, that's what we're looking for as both competitors, as an org, as people watching online. We want to see these battles go all the way to the end.
This is the number 11.
Before they go out right now, let's go ahead and catch a nice little interview. I believe he has someone for Group 2 that's going to go out after this following run group. So let's see what they're feeling right before they go out as Group 3 gets ready and gridded up.
All right, we got Herrick here with his Ferrari SF90. This car is now leading limited class with a 2-minute, 14-second lap time. Herrick, how are you able to wheel this car? How's this car going around these corners? What kind of corners are giving this car trouble?
Yeah, so basically the car is pretty heavy, so it weighs about 4,080 pounds. So, and then the trickiest part is the 345s, which kind of like a momentum corners. But what this car does pretty well was stop well and then get the corner as fast as I can, because it's a 4-wheel drive with electric motors in the front to assist. And then, yeah.
So what would you say, like, as of this car, what is the thing that just makes this car? I mean, how does the back straightaway feel with this car and the amount of power that it puts down?
Yeah, I've never driven this such a fast thing. 178 on the GPS, which is the fastest I've ever experienced. And it kind of gave me a hard time at first because I was running the CRS during practice, and then I switched it to the Cup 2Rs, which gives me more grip, and then ended up brake well, cornering well. Yeah.
Awesome. So you hear it there. He had the CRSs, switched to the Cup 2Rs. The Cup 2Rs were the magic weapon that let him get from it was a 216 before?
It was a 219 yesterday.
Wow, 219 to a 214 on that tire swap. Big deals in tires. Tires get you grip. All right, guys, we're going to go back to the action.
That's Zenyang Wang. So to go from a 219 to a 14, Joey, that is some serious grip, but it sounds more like it gave him all the confidence he needed in that car.
And when you change tire compounds, it can also change the relative balance in the car. So it could be with one set of tires that he's just maybe not as comfortable, or it could be the car's not as happy on those tires, and as soon as you swapped over to the other set, everything seemed to click and line up, and it all worked out on the racetrack for the Ferrari as we get the checkered flag on session number 8, Group 4. It was Rob Bell with the fastest lap time at a 1:59.50, so breaking that 2-minute barrier here at Circuit of the Americas in that hopped-up GT3, hauling the mail. Willie Putrajaya back there, 2:86 there in second place. And then also Mark Austin in that number 11 comes in at a 2:05.3.
No, and it is exciting to see. It is sad, but also exciting that Rob Bell and that team could not get to that 58 barrier. Jensen Little gets to stand on top of that podium saying that he bested that amazing McLaren. But to be clear, he was also in an LMP3 car. So I feel like they both brought guns to the gunfight there. And it seems Jensen just had that little bit of an edge on this one.
Just finding those last few tenths as we get some of our more popular drivers hopping out of their cars. That's Tanner Faust hopping out of the Porsche that he has been driving all weekend, talking to the Rafa Racing crew over there, going over exactly what he felt inside the car, and probably what they can adjust for next time. It is the end of the day for these cars coming into the pit lane, so it's more of just kind of recapping and saying, hey, what can we improve for next time?
Well, and Tanner had that car the entire weekend, and he was taking seconds off at a time. So it's really nice to see someone that has multi-driving experience, rally cross, everything that he's done. We really love people who go from slippery style racing to grip racing because they understand the limit of a vehicle. A lot of people back in the day didn't think drifters could be good grip drivers, but that's been proven wrong more times than we can tell you. Now, this is going to be Group 3, Session 8 going out. This is their last chance to set a fast lap. Group 3 is going out. It looks like a majority of these people are sending it. There's the Philip Robles Gran Turismo Civic EG with the wide body. Behind him is Steve Wynn. That's the gentleman Mark Yeager was talking to earlier. When we were following his hot lap last time, he actually got a de-beaded front tire. So hopefully whatever was going on there, they got figured out. It is a little warmer out right now, so it shouldn't be too bad on the tire pressures, but they definitely ran a little cold on that one.
Getting the whole run group out there on the racetrack. It's definitely one of the larger groups we got out there, and you see the variety of cars between the Subarus, the Honda S2000s, and even got an EK hatch lined up at the end. E46 M3 just rolling out of pit road, and I've talked about it yesterday and today. I just love the diversity of cars that come out here to GTA, whether it's a front-wheel drive four-banger, whether it's a Porsche with the engine way in the back, whether it's a turbo swap to NSX that I haven't even seen before. It's just, if you got a car, there's a place for you, even that mini truck down there in the garage.
That mini truck they actually used as the pace car for the GLTC race. Talk about taking advantage of the opportunity.
I love it. You love to see it, and if there's a car out there, use it.
So we actually do have an in-car 771. That is Austin Sierra. If you want to talk about putting all the pressure in the world on somebody, Austin Sierra is the car that dealt with electrical gremlins yesterday, had to fix their wiring harness, weren't even able to run. And when they went out in their first available session they could run, you know what happened? The car had its own little gremlin hiccup. So they have yet to actually put down a lap. So you want to talk about putting the weight of the world and the weight of the stream on someone's shoulders. We decided why not just have some fun and throw it in Austin Sierra's car. So once he starts a hot lap, we'll go ahead and throw it in.
See all of the cars really, or at least the beginning of the group, rolling around that triple apex right-hander. So in a matter of just a couple corners, we'll have that live in-car and be getting these hot laps started for what is Group 3, Session 8. The day is winding down. The time is coming now to finally throw down that lap if you've got anything left.
Well, like you said, all these cars out, but this is over a 3-mile circuit, 20 corners. So when you put 20 cars on track with the 15 to 20 second gap we give them, no one really runs into anybody else unless somebody has a problem. So that is one of the big positives. Now, this is a Subaru STI right now.
Still on the warm-up lap. We'll get that audio cranked once we get going hot here. As you can see, just kind of taking its time, just making sure the brakes are good, making sure the temperatures are all good in the car, and mentally preparing for the lap that's about to start here. It's going through the stadium section. And we'll get to the lap here as soon as he starts it.
2. All right, we're here with Tanner Faust. He's running with the Rafa Racing Club in their Porsche 911. This car is awesome. Tanner, what do you think of this car? What do you think of the track? What do you think of the event?
Well, I mean, the car's incredible. It's the first time I've driven the 992 Carrera Cup car, and it just sort of does everything. Unlike a lot of the street cars out here that you can add power and you can, tune it along the way, we can't really do much to this car throughout the weekend except change tire pressures. But the track, I had never been around at speed. I've been here at the X Games. I've been here doing like drift laps in a drift car, but never at speed. How fun, especially in a fast car. I mean, I'm learning something every single session and pushing myself, which is what it's all about. And I love Time Attack. I think Super Lap Battle being the Super Bowl of Time Attack here in the U.S. I did some of the first Super Street events back in L.A. and it's great to come back and be a part of this sport again.
Absolutely. We really appreciate your love of Time Attack. We really appreciate you being a part of Time Attack, and we really hope to see you at future events. Anything else you'd like to say about Time Attack so the people and they can understand it and they can appreciate it like you?
Well, I mean, one of the great things about Time Attack is that it is street cars that are tunable, and it's people basically tuning the cars beyond their limits to just try to survive one lap. There's a lot of curbs to cut. There's a lot of fine lines. The drivers it looks easy sometimes from the outside. They are pushing the limits so hard. And with the race car, we can't really tune it, but these street cars that are out here dialing up the power for each lap, especially when the sun comes out, I mean, they're putting everything on the line, and I love that.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're going to get back to some action.
It does look like he aborted this lap. Before we cut out, he had slowed down, and I'm not sure if he missed a shift or if he had caught some issues, but I watched lights flash on his dash. It does look like he's running a Haltech IC7 or something of the sort, because he started to get some emergency lights and people are passing him. So it does look like Austin Sierra is still having some issues, or he's going to set up for another hot lap. But it is great to hear from Tanner Faust, and it just shows you that people who have never done this before, it's exciting. You go out there, you're competing with others, but you're not worried about banging doors with other people.
As we were riding on board with the Subaru, I was trying to see if there was a problem with it or not. This EK hatch went by it in the S section. I think the Honda might be on a fast lap, while the Subaru, like you were saying, Cuban, definitely bailed out of his hot lap here, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's not going to go for it again. Now, if he was getting some of those warnings, he'll be able to read them on the dash. You got to love technology and all of the variety of sensors you have available to you nowadays. So if the driver sees a problem, he will definitely bring it down into pit lane. However, if everything is A-okay and maybe it was just a little bit of a driving mistake, hopefully we'll get to ride on board for that fast lap.
And we do have Jason Merck leading this session with a 2:22.394. I believe that's in the BMW as he is double running. Isaac Torres Sr. and Jr. second in 2:25.474. For those of you wondering, the son was driving the Supra while the dad was driving the Porsche, but the Supra train he let go, so they are now sharing that vehicle.
Watch some of these cars come around turn number 20. One of the S2000s, followed by that nice-looking white Honda EK9 hatch.
Legitimate EK9 right-hand drive.
Which makes it even cooler. You know, I do love tuner culture, and when you get those imported right-hand drive cars, there's not really a whole lot different between left-hand drive spec, but there's just something so cool about them, and the further you go back in time, the more differences there definitely are.
Absolutely, and being a legitimate EK9 just does give it that notoriety. Couldn't buy an EK hatchback in the U.S. with a B series that would just come with one. But I will tell you, as someone who's driven on the right side of a car many times, you still don't get used to it unless you're doing it every day. Hit windshield wipers instead of blinkers, sit on the wrong side of the road. And you know, when you go to get drive-through, it gets really awkward when you have to pay.
Well, that's why you just pop it in reverse and go in backwards, right? I mean, that's how I was taught to do it in those right-hand drive cars, but that requires all the mirrors to be on the thing. You really got to be aware not to curb any of those fancy raised wheels you probably got on there. So, yeah, you're right, a little bit of a hassle, but it is just so ultra cool. As with a lot of these cars out there, we're getting some shots of these 997, 992 updated Porsches as well. A lot of S2000s out here, and this one, and the majority of this run group is definitely the limited class coupled with the street class. There is one enthusiast class car out there. That's the 333 of Michael Black.
That's the gentleman that has been fighting his issues. He had a cooling system issue when his serpentine belt failed. His exhaust fell off. He went through a spin cycle in turn one. But you know what? He's been going out there every single lap and having a blast and picking up time. So that's a huge positive for us. Jason Merck on his second lap was about 25 seconds slower, which leads us to believe that is him just cooling it off, ready to push again. We do have Corey Kreider just setting a 233.555. Being a Subaru, that 555 is definitely set out to be for him. It looks like Philip and Jesse Robles set a 231.822. Lelouch Alcocer with a 229.818. And Brad Wells with a 228.947. That's going to be that C5 Corvette right there. That is a TT3 spec car. So though it looks awesome, it is awesome. It's not making big power numbers. He's in the 340, 330 range to work for the power to weight of NASA TT3.
You know, you guys were poking at me yesterday for my Tony Hawk Pro Skater reference, but that 555 on that Subaru Cuban, that's an old school reference there. Now the themes have stuck around, but you don't see the 555 too often.
You don't, and that's why it's so cool to see his lap time end in it, because any Subaru guy is going to look at that and go, right, that was meant to be.
Totally. You know, like pull it in right now. Print out the timesheet and hang it up on the rear window.
The great thing about this, though, is he does have a chance to go faster, and it will be on a sheet for him. But it does look like Austin Sierra has yet to set a flyer. You know, he went around for another one, and I saw him slowing down and letting people by. So whatever issues he's having, it's probably going to be the end of his event. It does hurt to not be able to put down a lap after you've put in all that work. But, you know, sometimes it happens. You have to come back stronger.
100%, and I'm sure that they're learning from the issue. I'm sure that they'll get the issue fixed, and like you said, they'll come back even stronger, and we'll really get to see what this Subaru ends up doing one of these days here at Super Lap Battle. But we still got plenty of cars on the racetrack right now. It is still Jason Merck that's the fastest of this run group in that black 991 Porsche. He's sitting at a 222.3. The next car up is going to be the number 9 of Isaac Torres at a 224.9. And then Brad Wells, you guys have seen that red C5 Corvette driving around. He's currently sitting in that third place at a 228.947. Those are the times for this session, not necessarily their fastest times overall for the weekend.
True, and sometimes you run into drivers whose names just match their personalities so well. I believe Mark is down there with a gentleman named Jeremy Lauder, who has the loudest vehicle on the paddock with his Camaro ZL1. Mark, let us know how Jeremy's doing down there.
Three. All right, we're here with Jeremy Lauder. He's got this awesome Camaro. Now, with that said, he's running a 219 this weekend. He has run into a few problems. Jeremy, give us a lowdown. What's going on?
Well, what we tried to do is we tried to get a sequential adapter to go to the H pattern so that we could try to go faster. And what's happening is it's popping into it. So we're fighting against it. It's not helping us. It's hindering us. We also changed the rear wing, and so that's a new setup for the car. Trying to get that dialed in, and it hasn't really been working out too well.
So with the rear wing, you're trying to dial that thing in, right? What'd you come from? Where'd you go to? Bigger, better, or is that just not working out?
An MFR, which is very similar to the APR style. It had a lot of downforce with little drag. This is kind of the opposite. You can have drag or not, and downforce or not. So I'm not used to it. So I can lose, some miles per hour on the back straight with some more downforce, or vice versa. So I'm fiddling around with it to see what happens,
That's what we got to do. We got to test. We got to try. Keep going, plugging at it, and see what we can get out of the car. Now, the question is, do you think you can go any faster in this final session of the day?
Well, it's getting warmer, but I'll definitely try. Listen, today's test day.
It's test day. He's going to go hard. He's going to go fast, and we're going to get to go.
Jeremy Lauder out there trying to go faster. He's trying new things. And you know what? That's part of the sport. Sometimes you try something new and it goes faster. I know he's been running into some downshifting issues where he goes to downshift and it throws the car into neutral. And as anyone can tell you, Joe, you'll attest to right now, downshifting is one of the most important things while at a track because that's all weight transfer. So if you're expecting to heel toe a downshift and the car goes into neutral, the balance of the car is just thrown away.
Yeah, and it just kind of messes up the whole sync as a driver, right? You're used to a specific rhythm with the heel toe coupled with the motion, and you just got to match the revs on the downs. And you're right, if you grab a box of neutrals, it's never fun because not only does it kind of throw your mind for a loop, but you're also not getting the braking performance out of the car. You can still stand on the brake, but you're not using that engine, the drive line, to really aid in the slowing down of the vehicle. So you're just relying all on the friction, all on the braking system at that point. And yeah, it just kind of is a little bit of an odd situation when you grab neutral. You always want to grab every single gear going down. You never want to skip gears either. In a sequential box, it's a little bit easier to just kind of bang them down if you need to go down 3 or 4 or even 5 gears sometimes, depending on how slow the corner is. But in a traditional H pattern, you definitely want to be going down each gear, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. You don't want to go, let's say, from 6 to 4 or from 5 to 3. You can also get lost just kind of in the box down there, and you don't want to accidentally grab a gear basically like first or second on accident and then rev that thing to the moon. So it's always good to just have the good fundamentals, have the heel toes down, and if you grab the neutrals, yeah, just kind of learn from it and adapt your setup, and hopefully next time out, you got it fixed.
Yeah, and with him, he's actually using something called a sequential shifter adapter. So it's turning his H pattern into a sequential. It's some technology we've seen over the years, and it has gotten better. Obviously, it still has some work to be done because as we have Mr. Bell there getting a little side, or Mr. Wells getting a little sideways, it needs work because at the end of the day, if he's pushing down like he thinks is going to neutral, rear-wheel drive guys are getting happy, my friend. But if he thinks it's going to go down a gear and it ends up going to neutral, it's just not actuating it enough. So that's going to be a problem, especially when you don't even know when it's going to happen. It does look like lap time-wise, not many people have changed. It looks like we have Tim Turner down in 10th, 235.997 with that fan favorite E46 M3. Not only has he gotten great coverage, he won a free helmet from Pat Wilson Graphics. So that he's in Stilo helmets, so he's going to really enjoy that. Will Dree sitting in 9th with a 233.6. Chris Matthews with a 2:33.1. Philip and Jesse Robles in limited class at a 2:31.6. William Stillwater, who came out strong at the beginning of the session, was 2:30, still sitting at that 2:30. But Corey Kreider, the Subaru that we followed, the no aero car that was doing 35s and 34s, actually did a 2:30.864.
You made the comment that some of these rear drive cars, they're having some fun here at the end of the day, and I'm looking at timing and scoring. I think the checkered flag is about to be thrown here on this run group, so it really is the end of the day for some of these drivers, and if you've already accomplished what you want, you've been watching the drift cars go around making the smoke shows all day long, and you want to have a little bit of fun too. It's kind of their opportunity to hang out the tail, have a little bit of fun, lay down some treads out there, especially if there's nothing left in the car, nothing left in the tires. No harm in doing that as long as you keep it pointed straight. We have seen a couple little half spins out there coming out of 20 and also coming out of turn 1 earlier in the day. So the track is plenty slick out there to still catch you out.
It is, and you know what? You take that and you add that they're on their 3rd, 4th, or 5th lap, especially in these rear-wheel drive cars. To be honest with you, that's the easiest time to loop these cars around. The tires are greasy. These are front-engine, rear-drive cars. Obviously, things like the S2000 are very well balanced, but even then, it's so easy for the rear end to want to come around the front, depending on your throttle position, depending on the state of the tires and your steering input.
Awesome shot of the tower here at COTA, and got plenty of people up there viewing it. Love seeing still the packed paddock out here. I mean, it is Sunday afternoon. Things are winding down here at COTA, and everybody has stuck around. Everybody wants to see those trophies. Who's the fastest when all of the times get gathered up? Can't say enough about all of the fans and the competitors that have come out here to Super Lap Battle, presented by Rafa Racing Club. It has just been awesome, and we still have a couple run groups left here in Session 8.
We do. This is Group 3. We have Group 2 and Group 1 left. Now, I saw Eric Fleming's car sitting outside of the garage, so we're going to go ahead and sit here and hope that he's going to go out one more time to try and set a flyer. But we still have plenty of limited class competitors between 2 and 1. We have 3rd, 4th, 5th place for unlimited competitors. There's so much room to play right now, and the people fighting for the podiums, they know what they have to do. The people fighting for glory, they know what they have to do. And there are those that are just sitting in the 4th, 5th, 6th that just want to play spoiler to those who really think they're going to stand on that podium.
It's always nice coming and sneaking stuff away from others that think that they got it, and with how close the times have been in several of these classes, I just feel like there's a lot of drivers, like you were just mentioning, kind of in that position that if the opportunity lines up, they got the right tires, the right conditions, a clear track, they can definitely go up there and advance those few positions and kind of maybe play show spoiler at the end of the day here. Is still got Jason Merck on top of this current session, the fastest lap time of a 2:22.39 out of that black number 991 Porsche. Majority limited class cars in this one, a couple street class cars, and then the one enthusiast class car, Cuban, you were talking about a little bit earlier. That was that 333 of Michael Black out there, and lots of drifting action still going on. I see all the tandem drift trains out there.
Well, that's probably one of the more cool things when it comes to being a spectator. You have drifting on this side, you have car shows in the middle, you have Super Lap Battle, and on the other side you have a go-kart track that is a miniature version of COTA. If there isn't something in the automotive scope that you can find to enjoy here, I'm not sure you really want to be in the automotive scope.
I gotta ask you, because I'm a foodie, and we've got the checkered flag here on Group 3 for Session 8. What has been the best food there this weekend?
You know, every year we got food trucks here. The worst thing you said about that is in the tower, I look out the window to the left and I see all of the food trucks, and I've been trying to ignore that, so I would appreciate if you didn't bring those up again. But the good thing about COTA is the facility itself also has a great diner inside. It's nothing too crazy. We got 4, 5, looks like 5, 6 food trucks, We have obviously the COTA merch van and all of our Super Lap Battle merch, along with teams. Teams bring things for you to have, shirts to support. You have to remember, at the end of the day, these people are 99% privateers. Even shops that show up, there's this huge misconception that shops are $1 million projects, and putting the money in to be able to come out here and race is crazy. So these guys are usually doing it after hours, supporting it out of their own personal pocket. Same with those drifters up top. They're just out here doing it because they love it. So yes, I would love to get a taco over there. So while I'm thinking about the taco and the food truck, I think let's go ahead and jump down to Mark and see if I can run out there really quick and grab something to eat. Mark, who do you got?
All right, we're here with Brad Perkins, and he's in limited class. Limited class is absolutely insane right now. So in limited class, you're talking about a very slim margin between first and sixth. So Brad, do me a favor, give us a rundown where you're at in that class, and what do you plan to do with this last session of the day that's coming up here real shortly?
Yeah, so right now we're sitting fifth. I think we're 2/10 off of third. So trying to find 2/10, get on the podium. First place is the SF90s out there, but it is stacked. I mean, the Supras, the GT3RS, the SF90, us, Jackie's there, and when we're all within a second, it's crazy. I can't believe how close it is.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where this last session could make or break. You could be in third, you could be in second, you could literally be in sixth. So
seventh, yeah,
it's one of those situations where you can't sleep on this. You need to go out there and bring your A game. Is your car ready? Are you ready?
The car's ready. I'm ready. Just got to clean it up. Made a few mistakes that last session that it would have been there. Predictive is there. Predictive's not first, but it shows it's there. I just got to do it.
So what are you thinking you might be able to lay down? What's an achievable time that you think you can get to us?
This time of the day? Oh, I mean, I would be happy with a 15.5, but it's going to be tough. It's going to have to be perfect.
All right, so Brad is searching for that perfect lap. He's here at Super Lap, presented by Rafa Racing Club, to try to get that one perfect lap. Let's go back to racing.
If I'm not mistaken, that's that same S2000 that was having issues right there. So I am sad to see that, but hopefully we can get them off quickly and keep the racing going.
Get the official results from Group 3, Session 8 on the screen for everybody. It was Jason Merck in that number 991. It was actually lap number 7 that was his fastest in this session at a 221.4. The number 9 of Isaac Torres there at a 224.9. Brad Wells in the red Corvette, that number 281, was at a 228.6. All 3 of those cars were in the limited class. Then we had the number 130, the first of the street class cars, at a 229.8. Corey Kreider, the next street class car, at a 230.8. And then all the way down there, the only enthusiast class car at a 246.6. And like I said earlier, these are just the times from this specific session, not necessarily as fast as they've gone throughout the weekend.
Of course, and some of them are setting faster lap times, but most of them are just trying to push those tenths and thousands to get closer. Every single person in that blue setup, the Jason Merck, the Torres, the Brad Wells, their class is so close right now that what matters to them is being able to go out and try and go fast. Now, you'll notice we do have an in-car right now. That's Tony and Steven Luca. Oh, I apologize. No, S2000. Those are Tan Nguyen and AJ Kim. Those are the people that Mark Yeager spoke with. So Track Spec Autosports, this is their Honda S2000. Their fastest lap time so far is I believe a 222.898, and they said they have a second in this car. So if they could pull a second out into the low 21s, that's going to put them in the top 10, even the top 8 of this competition.
There you got a little glimpse of that onboard shot of that Honda S2000 going around. So I'm sure that as soon as it completes its warm-up lap, we will want to go ride on board and see what the sounds of that Honda are going to be, see if the driver can beat that personal best goal out there. And that's what it's all about here, to end the day on a high note and get then that final last Cadillac rolling out of pit lane and onto the track.
Yeah, and like they said, they were having a little bit of fuel cut issues, so anyone who's driven an S2000 knows, depending if it's AP1 or AP2, having a shift between 72 and 7400 feels like you're leaving so much on the table. That F20 goes all the way to 9. I believe the F22 goes to 82 to 84. So you're cutting at least 800 to 1,000 RPM of this power band out of the car. Given it is boosted, but it's still built to go to the moon in the revs, which means the power band takes it all the way there. If you're used to shifting at, let's say, 8,200 RPM, and I'm telling you to take 1,000 RPM out of that, it's going to change how you drive the car around the track, what your shift points are, what's your top speed, your mile an hour. So them working around that and still running faster lap times every session, that's big for them.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you said. All of it changes, right? And I think the biggest thing when we talk about a peaky motor like those Honda S2000 motors, that if you take 1,500 RPM away, and he might even said close to 2,000 because he was down there in that 7,000 RPM range, not only are you taking away the gearing, but think of the dyno curve, right? You've got this big shape of a curve of how, the power that it puts down, and you're completely taking away the mountaintop of it. So you're not even getting the potential of everything the Honda has to give. And so it's just everything different for the drivers. It looks like we've officially got the green flag on the racetrack. The Camaro goes thundering up into turn number 1. That is Jeremy Lauder in that number 25 Camaro. We were talking with him in the garage a little bit earlier, and that's the driver that was working through this new build, getting used to that transmission and constantly pushing it further on the racetrack.
And you know what? If he could keep it together and those downshifts work for him, he can absolutely go faster. I believe his fastest lap is in the 219 range. So his fastest so far is a 219.773. Now, this is an awesome car. He did get it back right before the event. I was looking it over with him, just talking to him about the build. He's got plenty of time that he has to spend in this car getting used to it since the changes. And hopefully he gets that all together and we see him much lower in the time frame. Now, we're going to follow Jeremy here through this lap. It does look like he did get a nice turn in onto the back straight. Now, Joey can tell me the truth. I always feel like cheating on the inside there to try and shorten that corner is a bad idea. It takes away from your ability to accelerate.
Generally, yes. That's kind of the general rule of thumb, but it kind of comes down to being car specific, really. If the car has a nice pointy front end and you can get it turned and still carry that minimum apex speed, but then the key is putting the power down coming out. Now, when you cheat it down to the inside early in the corner, really tightens the radius, so you have so much steering wheel cranked into it right in the middle of the corner, and then that's when you want to stand on the gas. And if you got so much steering wheel cranked into it while you're trying to stand on the gas, it's exactly what you don't want to do. So that's why you tend to see drivers kind of not cheat it towards the inside of a lot of these sharper turns, turn 1, turn 11, turn 12, sometimes even turn 20. The whole idea is really to get the drive out onto the straightaway, and you can compromise it just even in the turn-in section of the lap. As looks like Jeremy Lauder is going to come around turn number 20 here. He does have a nice pointy front end on this Camaro. Not only does it sound awesome, but it looks pretty hooked up through the turn, so I'm sure once he sorts the transmission shifting, it's going to be a rocket, and that's a 220.2 to start it off.
Not bad, especially because he was in the mid-22s, 23s earlier, which means he's gotten something sorted out. Now, a 219.773 is what we would be looking at. It does look like Tan Nguyen, who I believe they said would be the one pushing this car, is definitely getting the most out of it. It looked like a little bit of a blown brake zone. He went a little far in there before he started that turn in.
Typically, you see cars with giant long wheelbases go way out wide to really kind of help the radius of that turn. But a lot of these lighter cars, they don't need to go all the way out there in that turn 14, 15 section. But it looks like he's got the thing hooked up through 19, so he's only got one more turn here in this blue S2000. And we'll see what kind of lap time he finally puts down here. Rounds out of the corner exit, crosses the start-finish line, and that'll be a 224.3. That's the first hot lap for the car.
It is, and they're chasing a 222.898. So they have a few seconds to pick up. But you know what we do see is Ravi Tomerlin in that K-Series Civic Type R swapped Acura NSX leading this session with a 2:20.161. Now, if you want to know, Ravi's fastest lap before that was a 2:20.908. His goal or projected was in the 220s. So if he picks up just a little bit, gets in the 219s, he has gone well above and beyond anything he expected to do here.
And I love seeing that, right? We've always been wondering, is it going to be the morning sessions that put down the fastest lap? And that NSX just showed that, hey, guess what? It's going to be the end of the day that all of the pieces line up. That magical lap comes together. And like you were saying, he's so close to that 219 being the first lap done. I'm sure that Ravi could probably go back out there, maybe shave a couple more tenths off and get into that 219 bracket as we're watching the number 145 car. This Porsche of Sam out here completing, or I should say going out onto the back straightaway, making sure that he gets that nice long run, get that top speed down the straight.
And you were talking about going back out, but the good thing about Ravi is he built this car as a TT car. He can do 2 or 3 hot laps in an entire session. So he'll cool it down. Remember, his fastest lap was on his 4th lap in the last session. So he'll cool it down. He'll find his gap. He'll send it again. Speaking of battles, though, I believe we have Mark down there with the second place person in limited right now. That would be Gabe Zamora sitting right behind that Ferrari SF. Mark, let me know what's going on with Gabe and if he feels like he has more going on with it.
All right, we got Gabe Zamora here. He's in second place in limited class. As we've already said, limited class is absolutely stacked. He's got to pick up over a second to get there. Gabe, can you do it?
We're not going to roll over. We're going to give it our best shot. It looks like it's getting cooler out. Okay, yeah. It's a lot cooler, I think. The clouds are going to help out a lot. We're going to send it. We got some scrubs on the car now that only have a couple laps on them, but we're going to give it our best effort.
All right, so it's going to be down to tires. He's going to push the lap. Is there any parts of the track that you really think that you can improve in a specific place?
We're going to push the braking zones a little more this time. It's kind of freaking me out. We're going to push the braking zones a little more and just try to get good exits. We're having a little issue with oversteer on exit, but I think with these tires, it won't be a problem.
All right, Gabe's going to push it. He's searching for that perfect lap so he can try to get first place in limited. He's currently in second. Let's see if he can do it, guys.
Gabe has been pushing hard all weekend. He's a great driver out there. He always has been. I don't think anyone expected this Ferrari SF to just show up and wipe it up like this, especially practicing on those other tires. It's not common to see those cars being driven to the extreme, but it does show you how well they really are built. The Ferrari SF is a heavy car. 4,080 pounds, I believe he said. But 2 electric engines on the front tires. This car might as well have an ERS system. Would you expect the SF to be so far up in this competition, Joey, with how crazy the competition has been?
It's pretty crazy what new automotive technology is doing nowadays. And I mean, just look at all of these cars that have kind of entered global time attack in the last, call it, dozen years, last 5 years or so. And the progression each year gets more and more advanced, whether that's the parts that are going on to the cars, whether that's the sequential transmissions, whether that's these dual clutch transmissions. There's so much technology that's furthering the sport every single year. Am I surprised to see a $250,000 car come out here and really lay down some of the performance? I'm not too surprised. It's just putting it all on display for really us to see when we're a little bit more used to these BMWs and whatnot, getting the hot rod parts and going around the racetrack. I think that there's a lot of capabilities in a lot of these new supercars.
100% agreed. And the truth be told, 99% of those cars that are bought are going to sit in a garage and get driven on Sundays. So seeing one out here being driven in anger is super exciting. I mean, it's the same reason you hear us have love for George Zhao in that R8. Not when he drops coolant on the track, but when he shows up, because He absolutely has no problem cutting his car apart. He lost a wheel at an event, damaged a hub, took it to an Audi dealership, fixed it, got back. His ABS wasn't acting up, so he took this thing to Audi of Austin and said, hey, I got a race, man, fix. So again, 95% of the time we have nothing but love for George Zhao. You know, maybe the other 5% we want to scream at him, but I will take that happy 95 any day of the week.
Catching this white Porsche come up the hill here. Around turn number 1, I believe that might be the 111 car of Michael Sims in the limited class. He's currently on, I believe, his 4th timed lap. This session, his fastest that he's gone is a 224.288 as he makes his way through the turn 6 and 7 S's there in that Porsche. Not something else I'm noticing here.
Michael Sims is definitely one of those people that likes to keep to himself. He didn't give us any driver info, no photos, nothing. He said, I'm going to show up and I'm going to drive fast. And you know what? Sometimes you got to be the Stig and just put that helmet up and go.
He's definitely on a little bit of a cooler lap right now, and I was just noticing the big old flag up there at the top of the hill yesterday. That thing was standing way out there. We had quite a wind going, especially kind of a tailwind going up into turn 1. But it seems like today, especially in the afternoon, you'd made the comment that it wasn't really overcast, but it's not bright sunny like it was this morning, and it certainly seems like everything has calmed down in terms of the weather.
It's been nice. No more crosswind. Now, luckily, no one had a headwind or a tailwind, so no advantage or disadvantage. But it's nice when you don't have a wind blowing across your car. Now, I want to say really quickly, Tan Win has gone down to a 222.864. That's 300ths off their time, which doesn't sound like much, but I believe that's 2 positions. While we're looking into that, I believe Mark has a nice crew of people down there who have been having a good time and working hard on these cars. Mark, what do you got going on down there?
All right, we got Phil Robles here. He brought himself an EG Civic. This thing is immaculate. It's awesome. He brought this thing out of hibernation to come time attack it. Phil, give me some information about it. Tell me about how it's doing on track.
The car is absolutely amazing on track. This car, because in hibernation for a reason, back in 2017, it won the Gran Turismo Award at SEMA. So we kind of put it away till they scanned it and did the sound check on it and then released it in the game back in September. It's the 1.38 release. So buy yourself a PlayStation, get yourself GT7, and go drive the Civic.
That's right, guys. You can go drive Phil Robles' EG Hatch on PlayStation now. So go in, check it out, and you can do your own super lap on PlayStation.
Got a keen little eye there, but I feel like Phil Robles was on the back of all of those T-shirts. Maybe I'm just seeing things, but I feel like that was a setup there. What do you think?
It's always nice to have the crew around you, you know, representing the build. And I also love that Phil nailed it on the release date, every single version that you need to know about Gran Turismo in order to go out there and drive that EG hatch. It is just so cool. I think it's really what we all dream about, whether it's to have the car in a magazine or on TV. The video game, even cooler.
It's kind of a dream, right? We grow up driving these cars in games. Now imagine you go from driving them in Gran Turismo to building one, and you're racing, and someone from Gran Turismo reaches out to you and says, hey, can we put your car in our game?
It's a pretty big honor as we're catching some of these final run group cars make their way down pit lane and either back into the pits or get ready for group number 1. That'll be coming up here in about 5 to 10 minutes or so. We still got some green flag action of cars on the track right now. I believe this is one of the BMWs coming up here into turn number 1. This is one of the BMWs that was giving us some onboard shots a little bit earlier. I think it's the 187 of Corey Rowan out there. He's currently in the limited class in that BMW, working his way through the S's. And I will say that when we were watching it on board earlier, this thing looked a little bit like a handful to drive. It certainly could use a little bit more rear grip in the thing. So I think in terms of smiles per turn, the driver's having a lot of fun, but leaving a little bit of speed on the table.
You know, smiles per miles or lap times, what do you want? Sometimes you can have both. Now, like we were talking about earlier, especially on all-wheel drive cars, there are some opportunities where you could go through a corner with some serious attitude where it is sliding, but it isn't because all four tires are also pushing the car forward. But for the most part, if you're at opposite lock, you're doing it for the gram. You're not doing it for lap times.
Style points can certainly get you all the likes, but you're right. When it comes down to the lap time, I mean, that's why we're here. This is Super Lap Battle. It is not how we're judging how sideways you are, how much smoke you're putting out of the tires. It is all about how fast you can go around this place. And Circuit of the Americas is a great place to kick off the 2024 Global Time Attack Series, especially with this specific event presented by Rafa Racing Club and all the amazing partners that we've had on board for throughout the weekend. It's just been such a great show so far, and watching this BMW crawl its way through turns 15 and now hit that ultra-fast triple apex right-hander of 17 and 18 to kind of round out the lap with 2 more turns to go.
I thought for a second that was the same car. I was like, dang, he slowed down a lot in that corner. But this car right here really seems to be set up to be loose on the early laps. You and I watched it the last time it was out, and the first lap, he was just opposite lock. But by the third lap, it was really sorted out. Now, that's great, but if they could set the car up to be more sorted on 1 and 2, they are absolutely going to run faster times, because no matter how much you love to run your fastest lap on the third lap, your tires aren't optimal anymore. You just spent 3 laps in a row. Your tires have lost a significant amount of their pace.
And and he had a big old tail wag coming out of turn number 1. So it just kind of furthers our point out there that, yeah, could use a little bit of either shock work, suspension work, just to get the thing hooked up a little bit earlier rather than relying on the tire once it comes into temperature. Maybe that'll make the car just a little bit happier out there, maybe make the driver have a little bit more confidence earlier on in order to push it that little bit, as this is Ravi in his pink NSX. He's on a cold lap right now, but he is currently the top of the sheets for this run group.
Looks like he's tried a couple times to go faster, maybe one other time to go faster. He is on a cooler. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough time. I think he will actually get one more lap out of this, because going down to 4 run groups does let us elongate the sessions just a little bit. So if he can get back around, I know he would love to be in the 219s. He's reached his goal of the 220, but we always want to try and surpass that.
Always want to try to better yourself on the racetrack, and we're going to see if Ravi has it in order to do another lap. And no, I don't think he's going to, because I'm seeing the checkered flag come out right now, so he is going to have to bring it down pit lane, since technically he could go across the start-finish line and do another cool-down lap. But for anybody that is on a hot lap already that crossed the green flag at the stripe, they do get to complete this and take the checkered, and the lap will count.
There is a downfall to going too slow coming around. You do run into situations where if you were really overcooling the car, you could miss it. Now, I'm not sure if that's what Ravi was doing. Obviously, we're not in his head. But what we are in is we saw Tan Nguyen and AJ Kim with their 222 941. That's going to be slower than their fastest lap, but, they tried their hardest. What we also will see, and we also will hear, is we are rejoined in the tower by Mark Yeager himself. Now, before we cut to him, because I know he has a million things to say, we want to give a lot of love to Mark. He spent the entire day doing the job that I love and despise at the same time. You were up and down that paddock. You were talking to all the drivers. You were putting in all the hard legwork, and lucky for you, you're a cute guy and all, because trust me, most people didn't like talking to me. So, Mark, talk to me, man. I know that you have spent a lot of time out on the track. I know that you spend a lot of time on track yourself. talk to me about what you're feeling about Super Lap Battle. We're about to go into the final session. There's not going to be anybody new to talk to about what's about to happen. From your feelings, from every single person you've talked to, tell me, what did you get out of this event, and what do you see coming in this final session?
Well, big thing here is, I'm going to say it, I was excited coming to Circuit of the Americas. I was absolutely excited about it. When I got to drive on track on Friday, it just made me that more excited about it. It exceeded expectations exponentially. So with that said, all the drivers in the paddock feel the same exact way. Definitely one of those situations where they're going out and they're pushing limits and they're doing these things. We heard from Joey about the alligator curbs and how it can affect cars, and just talking to each one of the drivers as they go through their trials and tribulations of the entire day, or the entire weekend actually. I love hearing all the admiration they have for each other. I love hearing the camaraderie, guys sharing parts, doing all these things, helping each other through the night. It's just one of those things that I love about Time Attack. It's just astonishing to hear where everybody's just helping each other. My guy, James Howe, he's sitting there next to Gabe Zamora. Gabe's helping him. He's coaching him. They're in the same class. So he's helping them out. They have similar cars. Stuff like that is going on throughout the entire pit and paddock. Guys are sharing data, helping each other grow as drivers. They're helping each other with their cars. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Well, I'm glad to hear that James Ho actually found a real coach. Luckily, he races for Jaeger Racing, so thank you, Gabe Zamora, for giving him some real input. It makes sense why he went from a 230 to a 223. It's all coming together here. Now, not with us in the tower right now, but been with us the entire weekend. We did have our good friend here, Mr. Atterbury. He did a great job of giving us all of this broadcast knowledge, everything physically possible that we could have, just for knowledge on track. Now, coming from the tower, watching you guys the entire time, I will tell you that the coolest thing about you being out there on the paddock is the drivers had somebody that they knew to talk to. Now, we are blessed by having longtime competitors, people like Mark who have been with us from the beginning, competitors that have been with us from the beginning. We're going to see new competitors going out in a minute, but truth be told, having somebody to talk to that they have seen not only drive, but win events, set a record once, I believe, Big Willow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a few records. I mean,
A
depending on
few.
the organization, but, like 16. Nothing big.
Okay, so those other records don't count, guys. But it's been great having you out here, and it's been great here at Super Lap Battle. This entire production is put down for the fans. It's put down for everybody watching and for the competitors more than anything. We wanted to make sure that their stories were told, and you did a great job of telling their stories. So I want to thank you for that. I believe Session 8 of Group 2 is coming to an end. The cars are coming in. We're about to go back out on track with the final session. Mark, I'll let you say this. How many people were going out based on what you were looking at?
Everybody who is in the hunt in limited class has a desire to go out. That class is so tight. I will say the unlimited class, we're going to see a little bit of deterioration there based on what we've seen. But as you can see in the picture we have showing here, it's still a very stacked field. There's still things up for grabs, and that's the big ticket, right? We have things that we have records, we have absolutes that need to be in place. Gabe's there. You got Project Import. You got Gary Wong. All these guys. Brad Perkins. You got Jackie Ding. All these guys are coming out, and they actually have something to fight for. We're looking for any of the podium places, and it's gonna be huge. This is a huge last session of the day. You gotta stay tuned, you gotta watch and see where this can end.
No, I agree 100%. And you know what? The record setters, the people who are trying to set records are great, but it's the people that are trying to make the podiums for the first time. It's the people who really want to go out there and prove what they're doing. And you know what? While they're going out on this warm-up lap, because you've been stuck out there in the sun and I've been in this beautiful building, talk to me about these cars. Tell me what you learned while we're following them around.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it's been an eventful weekend for all these guys. I think just like every other weekend that we have Time Attack, every single one of these guys have had issues with these cars at some place or another. They've always had some struggles, and that's what makes it exciting. Cal really was struggling in the very beginning. He really got pushed way back and had to claw his way back into the higher groups. I think he actually started in Group 4 at the beginning of this event. Then you have like Turner Dobbins, who was really struggling with his brakes. He was not getting the amount of brake pressure in the front as he expected, which was really hindering his ability to brake into any corner with any type of precision. Definitely a situation. The SPL parts, Porsche, he was pretty much running solid all weekend long, as Porsches tend to do. But these cars all have had minor issues to major issues that they've all had to overcome to really get this lap down.
And that's probably one of the most exciting things. Joey and I were talking about it, and we'll let Joey broadcast a lap on one of these cars in a few. But the biggest thing Joey and I were talking about it was how these guys are going out here and they're going through trials and tribulations. Cal Fortner, who we know is a fast driver, it's not a joke. I've seen him in grid life. I've seen what he can do, but he just wasn't able to lay it down early. He's dealing with struggles. He's dealing with everything. So honestly, for him to come from Group 4 to Group 2 to get down to those lap times is great. I think what we should do, if we can, is we should try to follow Jackie Ding. If there's anybody who's going to send it at max effort in the final session, it's that beautiful baby blue M2 of Jackie Ding. So as soon as we get Jackie Ding up out there, we'll shoot this over to Joey, and Joey can show you exactly what he's been showing me all weekend. That knowledge is above and beyond. I am blessed to have people around me that can help me bring this to the masses, help us bring this to the masses, the entire Super Lap Battle team, the entire production team. You guys have helped us make this event amazing. All the fans out there that have stuck with us for 2 days have listened to me cackling on this microphone. I couldn't do anything without you guys. So as soon as we get a nice hot feed on Jackie Ding's baby blue M2, we'll let Joey take it away. That's your friend Gabe right there. The Project Import S2000 going across turn 20. We have a lot of beautiful cars out here right now. That beautiful purple Toyota Supra, we'll call it a Toyota for now, of Gary Wong. And here we have Jackie Ding. Go ahead and take it away, Joey. Let me know what you see.
Coming up the front straightaway here, Jackie is going to try to go for it all on this lap as we break up into the hill of turn number 1. Looks maybe a little bit wide at apex, and look at that rear just kind of squirm around as he's trying to put all of that power down through that BMW drive line. Nice and in the middle of the track right here, entering the S's, so right on the driver's line, right where he needs to be, keeping it nice and tidy, having a little bit of roll here in this BMW. Some of these cars a little bit stiffer sprung, some of them a little bit softer in their setups, and this one looks to be a little bit softer, just kind of in the overall platform, all the way over those apex curbs there in turn 8. And then once again, just wagging the tail coming out of turn number 9, getting the style points out there, definitely laying down some rubber. We're going to see if it translates, though, into a fast lap time around this place. Actually looked really clean and tidy through turn number 11, which leads us out onto this long back straightaway. We were talking about it yesterday, over half a mile long, just over 0.6 of a mile long. So plenty of time to look at that brake zone, plan it out. Hopefully you don't overshoot it. You got to get the car slowed all the way down there at the apex of turn number 12. And this is the slowest section at Circuit of the Americas. 13, 14, 15, and 16 here. You just have to be really, really patient and take what the car is going to give you. Kind of went about 3/4 of the way out there on the track, and then once again just really struggling to put the power down on exit. So I'm sure that there's a few tenths on the table here for Jackie Ding as he comes around to complete the final 2 turns on this lap. Turn 19 comes up so fast. Can't overshoot it here. Does a really nice job getting it all the way down to apex. And once more, you just kind of see the car wandering around a little bit. Jackie using that right foot, using that throttle pedal, trying to get the car across the line. This lap time for him going to be a 2:16.490.
And 2:16.169 being his fastest lap. And Mark, Tell me the truth here. Isn't it nice to just watch a lap while someone else talks about it?
You know, it is absolutely amazing.
It's made my life so easy. Let me tell you, the Joey complex. I'm going to need a pocket Joey for the rest of my life. But watching him go around there, I think Joey nailed it, to be honest with you. He's really wagging the tail on this one. He said it himself. He's going to try to turn the power up, but he still has a lot of development to do on this car. And the fact that he still laid down a 216 after everything that's going on, let's talk about it for a second. Brett Dickey, 214.271. If I'm not mistaken, their fastest lap was in the 215s before this session.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a huge win on their side. That is looking really good for them.
The Project Import team put in a lot of work. They swapped the diff twice. I'm sure you talked to them, but I let everybody know. They put in that new diff, and yes, it gave them more mile an hour, but since it was a whole pumpkin swap, it didn't have the same differential. It didn't have the same everything. It wasn't just a final drive swap. So they weren't being able to put the power down as well as they were before. So though they were gaining a higher mile an hour and not sitting on limiter, they were losing out corner to corner. And on a 20-corner track, sometimes it's a little better to just have to lift off limiter than it is to lose a 100th, a 10th, a 1,000th here and there. So for Brett and the Project Import team to go out there and lay down a 214.271 is just incredible. Followed by Eric Sutton with a 214.495. He's been in the 213s if I'm not mistaken, so it's still a really good lap for him. Eric Sutton, who was thrown into Unlimited class due to a few little classing things. It's great to see him not only with a smile on his face, but really pushing the limits of that car.
Yeah, a big thing there is he was able to swap from the 200 treadwear, 100 treadwear tires that he was utilizing to slicks. So he was able to drop a big chunk of time just from doing that, which I believe it was something to the realm of like 4 seconds by throwing those slicks on. So, and talking with him, now after using the slicks, he's actually debating if he just wants to stay in Unlimited class.
He may have to build the car a little higher there, but I really like that. That's the Eric Fleming syndrome, right? Well, I already am stuck in Unlimited. Why not make it even crazier? Now, Joey, I'm going to throw this to you. Brett Dickey in that Project Import S2000, you've watched it with us this entire weekend. His fastest lap was a 2:15.7. They took out 1.5 seconds. What does it take to take out 1.5 seconds out of a lap here at Circuit of the Americas?
When I see big chunks, first of all, ask the driver, hey, did you do anything different out there? But my mind immediately goes to a fresh set of tires. You know, tires are worth lap time out here. And when you get the sticker tires, everybody knows stickers are worth horsepower. Well, when you got 4 stickers on 4 brand new tires, it is worth a lot of speed out there. So if it's not tires, it's just kind of the driver going out and putting together the course of the weekend. Remember, this is session number 8. You've had 7 sessions to go out there and practice, do everything that you want to do here this weekend, and it could be the time that you finally just put it all together.
And like you said, this could just be the time they put it together. Maybe they up the RPMs to give them that straightaway speed. We don't know. We do know that they're not going to risk anything on this car, especially anything catastrophic, because in June, this car has to go to Pikes Peak. So whatever they did so in the quote-unquote safest manner possible for the car. But anyone who's ever spoken to Brett Dickey or dealt with the Project Import team will tell you quitting isn't really an option. Failing isn't really an option. The biggest thing to them is whatever it takes until the event is over. So I promise you, those guys are jumping out of their seats right now seeing Brett lay down a 214.271. Eric Sutton, on the other hand, with his 214.4, I'd be really interested to see if he stays unlimited when we see him at the next event. Mr. Perkins at a 216.299, Jackie Ding at a 218.490, Mr. Wong here that we're following at a 218.503, and Gabe Zamora, the man who will teach you a little better than Jaeger does if you're looking for a coach, at a 218.525. I'm sorry, 216.525.
Yeah, it's a shame Gabe wasn't able to put down that 215 that he was really looking for. He was looking for a really low 215 to put himself in that contentious spot in limited class. But I think he's still going to go out there and continue to push it. Oh, got a nice little spin here.
You know, it's a lot easier to happen, and that smoke happens when drivers get overzealous. Sometimes it is to keep them from backing into things. Other times you just get that red mist when you spin out and you put your foot down and end up just greasing and blowing your tires out. I'm sure you've been through that, Joey, or you've done that.
Well, I was just going to make the comment that was out of the real slow section, kind of down there by turn 15. So I'm not really surprised to see that. And, oh, actually, there's Jackie Ding sliding out the tail end once again in turn number 1. So, Cuban, you were making the comment that a lot of these rear drive cars starting to have some fun out here, especially kind of the day is over. The checkbox are already checked, and now it's just time to kind of bring it back into the garage if you're all done doing the laps.
Well, you know who's the king of that, and I'm sad he's not out there, and it's probably because he's an unlimited competitor now. But anyone that's ever watched Eric Fleming over the years with us knows that the last session of the day, he will just send lines down the entire track. Last year, I believe, or 2 years ago, but I want to say it was last year, the turn onto the back straight, he held that burnout probably a third of this back straight. It was fantastic. I've seen him create the longest burnout road race car has ever done at Road Atlanta. He's the man that goes out there and says, hey, this is the last session, we're going to have a blast. But seeing now that he is an unlimited competitor and tires are expensive and fixing the chassis is expensive, and he set a lap time that he never thought was possible, I think he's gotten enough victories for the day.
Yeah, another interesting thing about Brad Perkins here. So he was in Unlimited and moved to Limited because he had the availability to do so with a change of tires. And in doing so, he actually found that Limited seems like a little bit more fun. He liked the competition. He liked the fact that it was really close. And liked the fact that the car just seemed to handle a little bit better than when he was on the slicks. So it'll be interesting to see if he tries to stick to Limited and run it with us in that future.
Well, truth be told, it comes down to the setup on the car. Anyone who set up a car can tell you that setting up for slicks and setting up for street tires is not the same. It's nowhere near the same. Bringing street tires up or, a DOT R compound, bringing them up to temperature and keeping them there is easier. Slicks are a lot more temperamental, but they also hold longer. So people see slicks and immediately think that tire must be 10 seconds faster. But if your experience and your history is with street tires and you've been running on those for a long time, going on slicks may actually be a net negative for you.
What do you think, Joey?
It's quite a bit of a difference. Cuban's for sure right, and I would just call it relative, right? If you're used to one, it is a change going to the other. However, once you swap over to, call it a slick, if you've been running a street tire, you get used to it. I would say that the biggest difference is between the driving is that when you go to a true racing slick, usually kind of that limit of adhesion, that kind of final last little fall off, it's pretty abrupt. You know, in a street tire, you have a little bit more warning. You can kind of have a little bit more temperature fluctuation before the tire just kind of finally gives way and the car loses control. But like I said, I would just kind of consider it relative. If you're swapping between the two, yeah, that's when it can kind of get a little bit confusing. But as long as you stick to one or the other, the driver should be able to adapt. And like you were saying, Cuban, you'll be able to set the car up for that specific tire.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's all getting used to it. I've never had someone with me that said I'm right so many times, by the way. I'm not sure if Joey's trying to come back or what, but I'm going to go ahead and replay this stream in my sleep just so people know that I am right, guys, okay? I know things
You're
sometimes.
welcome.
But what is the Zell again for that? Sending the end of this event, though, we are seeing Eric Sutton, 213.943 at the very top of this session. Listen, I think you're right. I think Eric felt the unlimited. He was stressed, obviously. He came for limited, and he knew what was going to happen. So the first thing he asked if he could grab some slicks. And, man, when he grabbed those slicks and went to going, that's great. He is laying it down. Now, here's Cal Fortner. If he's going to do a flyer, let's try to stick with him. He's obviously still on the gas right now. He's laid down a 219, 295. That last lap was actually 636. So, Joey, take this away. This is absolutely a flyer.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it looked like the Mercedes got in really deep into turn number 1. So that's probably going to compromise his exit. And anytime you compromise your lap on the first turn, you just kind of have to dig yourself out of a hole now. But he is definitely on it in this Mercedes. And we were watching those Mercedes GT3 based cars earlier, in group number 4 this session. Well, this is basically the production-based car. This is not the race car version. Now, what this owner has done is take a lot of that material out, a lot of that sound deadening, really strip this thing down and kind of turn it into a race car. And we're going to see exactly what Cal Fortner can do. Despite the little slip up in turn number 1, the rest of the lap looks relatively clean. Hits the apex there in turn number 11. And now with this car is the easy part. It handles real good in a straight line. All you got to do is stand on that gas, click that paddle shift up a few times, and wait for that brake marker here at the end of the straightaway. Patience, patience, and then finally stand on it literally with everything you got. Let the ABS do its job and really slow the car down. And now is the slower section, and I wonder, it looks like Cal is finally lifted off of the gas here, so I think he's going to be bailing out of this lap, abandoning this one, and probably setting up for the next one.
Hopefully he does have enough time. He's coming down to the end, and funny enough, every session that he's done that in, he has had a very fast lap as his last lap. It does hurt though, because he did a 6-minute lap before, which means he came into the pits, he talked to his guys, he checked tire pressures, and he went back out again. That's your peak time to go back out and set a flyer. Your tires are up to temp, your body is up to temp, because any mistake you made is going to be fresh on your mind. So you're going to know, hey, I need to lock in, I need to do well. And it does look like he's calling it. That's going to be the end. Maybe the tires were falling away from him. Maybe he knew he got everything he could have. But he's picked up over 20 seconds on the event. He was high 240. He was high 240s when the event started with all the issues he had. That was a 219 in this session.
Yeah, absolutely. And he had to do some trials and tribulations as well. He had some issues. His splitter ripped off, and also ended up doing a flat tire during the event. So he had to work for this. This wasn't an easy one by any means, so it was really exciting to watch him and his team put it together for him to get him to this final stage.
Watching, I believe that's Gabe Zamora go up and over turn number 1 in that black Porsche. And this is an older Porsche slowing it down off of the back straightaway. And I do have a little bit of a love affair with these 996 turbo cars. You know, when they first hit the scene in the U.S., they were pretty hot, but I don't know about you guys. Cuban, let me ask you first. Out of all of these Porsche chassis, which is your favorite?
The E46 M3. Okay,
all
so
right, Jaeger,
do you mean in general or of the cars that are here?
Yes. No, in of all of the Porsche chassis, and let's call it 911 chassis, right? We'll leave out the prototype race cars.
I'll take a 996 Cup car over any other car. The technology doesn't matter to me. The 996 brings everything I want to the table. Sure, the 991 is an incredible car. Let's not lie to each other here. You could go a lot older. I'm not trying to die. I'm not a good enough driver for the old ass swingers, okay? But the 996 is everything that I would love. Mark Yeager is going to tell you his favorite chassis is a 2005 Subaru STI because it has a Boxster, so it's a Porsche. So we'll skip him. So what's your favorite Porsche?
Well, and first of all, Cuban, I'm going to give you credit. I say I like that answer. You can go back and replay that one because the 996 Cup car is the last of the true H-pattern transmission Cup cars before they went to the sequential. So you really had to drive that thing. It didn't have ABS. It didn't have traction control. So A+ on that answer. I'll give that one to you. My personal favorite Porsche chassis, 911, is the 964. That was the early 90s, kind of the 92, 93 range in there. And those ones are kind of the last true protruding headlight Porsches on the front end. Those 964s, they speak to me.
Those are also murder machines, and that's how people die. So I probably... Okay, look, I had one of these cars on my wall, by the way. It's a good response. They are very good looking, but I am blessed and cursed that the place that I work has a Porsche shop next door, and I see these things every day, and they have lost every bit of luster they could ever have because I see them on the regular. Now, before we end this and our little love affair, go ahead, Mark, tell them your favorite Subaru. I mean Porsche.
You know what? I'm just the type of guy, as long as it's an RS, I'll take it. That's all I really
just only an RS.
Yeah, see, now you know why I took him out of the tower, man. Just sitting next to this guy is infuriating. Listen, to those of you out here watching, Eric Sutton in his 996, super impressive, 213.943. He's done an incredible job out here. Brett Dickey in the Project Import S2000, 214.271. Brad Perkins with a 215.230. Gabe Zamora, a 216.161. Jackie Ding could not crawl his way back on the podium, but he did crawl his way into our hearts with a 216.490. And Gary Wong with a 216.503. Now, that is going to be the end of these sessions, guys, but that is not the end of the broadcast. We are going to have a quick little parade lap out here for everyone who wants to go out, and then we'll go straight into the award ceremony. The award ceremony does happen at, I'm sorry, my phone just died, at 5 o'clock. At 4:45 Texas time, we are going to have a parade lap, and then at 5 o'clock, the awards will be going on. So as soon as we have these times locked in, the production will roll through them so you can see who has led every lap, so you know what's going on. And besides that, we will absolutely be going with our awards. Now, we had records broken. We had people going. I do not want you to walk away. You're going to be watching the parade lap. We are not cutting the stream, but we will be hot the entire time until the award ceremony. So stick around, watch some cool cars, and make sure you see what was going on here at Super Lap Battle USA. I'm Cuban. This is Mark. Mark, give me your sign off. What did you learn here? How did it feel being the first full-time field reporter here at Super Lap Battle USA?
You know what? It was great. It was a great experience. It was great to hang out with all the drivers and the pit crews, getting to know everybody, getting to get the inside scoop on everything that was going on. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the teams. Joey, what about yourself?
I loved it. I loved, this was my first Global Time Attack event, so I loved being a part of it, and COTA is one of the most fantastic racetracks you can really go to, so what better way to kick off a 2024 season? We saw records fall in multiple classes. We saw a lot of drivers hit their personal bests out there, and we also... So I think all wrapped up in one, you can't really ask for a better way to kick it off. Super Lap Battle presented by Rafa Racing Club, an awesome time.
It has been an awesome time, Joey. Thank you for that. It's been a pleasure working with you. It's been a pleasure letting you make calls so I could actually just enjoy that sport I love. And more than anything, thank you for bringing your knowledge base. It has been a great pleasure to us. For all of you watching, stick around until the podium. Watch these parade laps. Everyone who's been with us all weekend, thank you so much for sticking with us at Super Lap Battle USA. To all the drivers here, to all the fans here, same thing. Thank you so much for sticking it around. Parade laps straight into the award ceremony. We'll see you in 15.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the port are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
one. Am I on or turn out?
Every year, controller in the air, they're not ready, and then whirl, hot in there. Woo! 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 I don't think it was ever before when I watched it.
Trophy ceremony coming up next.
What's up, guys? Thank you so much for coming out to our 6th annual Super Lap Battle here in the Lone Star State in Austin, Texas at Circuit of the Americas. Let's go ahead and start this out here with max effort class, okay? Sadly, Mike Dussault and Clay Shearer did have to leave, but the best looking car in max effort is coming out here in 3rd place with a 227.716, Mr. Sean Bassett himself. Yay! Sean, thanks for bringing the best looking K-Truck that don't go nowhere. All right, guys, we're going to move up to GTX. GTX actually saw the first time. GTX brought the first time any sub 2-minute lap had ever happened here at a Super Lap Battle event. In 3rd place with a 159.846, Mr. Mark Austin and Scott Andrews with their Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 Mad Joker Racing. Great job, guys. 3rd place. Stand right there. I'm actually going to have you be my 2nd place man, sir, because they had to go. In 2nd place, in the Rafa Racing Club McLaren 720 GTX3 with a 159.132, Mr. Rob Bell. Oh, he's here. And someone who's been competing with us since year one, came in this Norma chassis, Mr. Jensen Little with a 158.868 prototemp, fastest time of the event. Great job, guys. All right, let's move on to traditional time attack classes. GTX and Max Effort are a great place to show off your driving and factory race cars or your crazy builds. But you guys are all here to see time attack cars. So in enthusiast class, in third place with a 233.214, Mr. Steve Wynn. In second place with a 230.726 in his Red Dragon Racing Honda Civic Type R, Mr. Robert Rushton. Woo! All right, guys. And resetting the class overall, resetting the rear-wheel drive record, and the last time we will ever see him in enthusiast class, with a 225.907, Mr. Jonathan Wheeler. Great job, guys. This is your enthusiast class podium. All right, move it along. Great job, guys. Great job. You're supposed to exit the other way. All right. In street class, guys, we're going to start out with third place, and it's Thomas Smith Racing, Subaru WRX STI with a 219.981, Mr. Thomas Smith. If you've never met Thomas, he's shy. Thomas had a catastrophic failure pretty early in the event. For his time to hold up in a super competitive field, it showed how hard he was pushing. Great job, Thomas. In second place, in his Pursuit Motorsports Toyota Supra GR with a 218.681, Mr. Turner Dobbins. And in first place, in his Kyle McHugh Racing Toyota Supra with a 217.126, Mr. Kyle McHugh. He doesn't get those anymore. All right, guys, that was your street class podium. Moving on to limited class. from Team Winner's Circle in his Porsche 911 GT3 RS with a 2:15.649, Mr. Gabe Zamora. Just ahead of him with a 2:15.230 from Chicane Motorsports in his BMW M3, Mr. Brad Perkins. And in first place, in an unusual car for us to see on track, let alone driven this fast, Grassroots Racing with an all-wheel drive limited class record with a 2:14.472, Mr. Zhenyang Wang. Woo!
Don't forget the health performance line. If you already did it, you're good. But...
Another kid.
He's the one that did it. The guy with the kid is the one that did it.
Are you okay? Yeah.
That's cheating, man. Hiding behind kids. You see that guy? That's awesome. Hey, guys, so a big shout out to all of our field. Before we get to Unlimited, every single person that is on the podium is getting a set of brake lines from Hell Performance. Let's move on to the fastest out there. Limited was a blast, by the way. We went from 4th to 9th with less than 0.5 of a second. So you guys out there that were in Limited, you slayed it. In third place with his R-Speed Motorsport Porsche 911 Turbo with a 2:13.943, Mr. Eric Sutton. In second place, but first in everyone's hearts, with a 2:03.853, Fleming Racing, Mr. Eric Fleming in his Corvette Z06.
Thank you, buddy.
He was 3 thousandths off of the record. Next year, buddy. And in first place, with the fastest overall production time attack car, the class overall record, and the unlimited all-wheel drive record, the best smile in time attack, the cutest guy on the podium, with a 2:02.538, Mr. Cole Palsad! Great job up here. Great job for everything you guys do for the sport. Eric, having a car that's untested, being forced to a class you weren't going to run in and being on a podium. These guys have all persevered. Thank you so much for coming to Super Lap Battle 2024. We'll see you next year. Thank you so much.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.